Hello, people. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile National Championship Finals. What an exciting day we have here. We're already at the Lahore Expo Center and everything's live. I'm pretty sure you guys were watching the show right now. But before that, let's go on over to the introductions for our casters. I will be your host, your analyst, and your caster for our wonderful games for the finals today. My name is Aziz. You can also know me as Ali. And with me is I am Holler, the man himself, the legend, the caster, and there are many more adjectives I can use to describe Holler, but I'll just give him the opportunity to do so.
Definitely, this is going to be really amazing to cast this. As we casted the previous games, in the semifinals, it was really amazing as well. And to get this opportunity once again as a caster is really amazing. So hopefully, we're all going to be having fun, and I'm going to be having fun casting with the Zeus. And I have high hopes for this tournament.
Yeah, we definitely have high hopes. We're looking to the teams to perform at a completely different level. We have 16 teams here at the PUBG Mobile National Championship Finals. We had 9 teams qualifying from the semifinals coming over, and we were all with you during that journey. Sort of holding your hands, guiding you guys through the action, telling you what was up with the maps, what was up with the teams, and all of this is going to continue over these 2 days for the finals as well. So I think our winner is going to get decided over 10 matches being played for the finals. And it's just all going to be extremely exciting to see which teams end up winning this, and which team is going to end up taking that number one spot and becoming the winner for the PUBG Mobile National Championships.
Yep, definitely. And as we, saw all the amazing teams that performed in the last semifinal that just have the last weekend, and all of these teams, the top 9 teams, they managed to qualify for the finals, and now we're going to be seeing them go up against the teams that are, coming from. They're gonna be clashing against each other, and we're gonna really see how these. Because in my opinion, the teams that kind of qualified from the semifinals, they're kind of like the underdogs up against the teams that we're going to be having today. So they're going to be clashing against each other, and we're really going to see how they stack up against each other.
Yeah, talking about that fact, right? It's not like those top 9 teams are not good by any standards of the word, or they're not great teams, right? They're playing at a very competitive level, at a very professional level. But the other teams that we have here to fill out the slots are teams that have been directly invited, because these teams have shown amazing performances across other PUBG tournaments, whether it be PMCO, PMPL, all of these big tournaments that exist for the region. So it's going to be really exciting on how the teams coming from the semifinals are going to stack up against these professional teams, these teams that end up playing on a completely different level, and they're just absolutely so amazing to watch. So Holler, I think we're going to be guiding the viewers through the action today, and it's just going to be extremely exciting.
Yep, we are going to be guiding the viewers to across the action, all the action that we're going to be having today. And yeah, as I mentioned before, I really do have high hopes, because as you mentioned, all the invited teams, they're really going to be. I'm expecting some next level stuff coming in from them, and of course, the underdogs. They aren't bad teams, of course, at all. They qualified. They really proved what they are, especially when we talk about Team Negatives and Team Hellraisers and Team Tag. These 3 teams, they were really showing, because Team Negatives, the fact that they got 5 or 4 chickeners are all on Wrangles really shows how good they are on the map. And I'm really gonna see how their strategy, how their approach to the game is gonna work out today up against these teams that have been invited, because they are recognized, and it's really gonna be a battle of the, well, not really, but still, it's really gonna be one heck of a clash between all these teams.
It's all going to be super exciting. I'm just really hyped to get these games started. And what's something that's really going to be interesting for me to see is how these teams end up going into the finals, right? Especially within their early games, where we sort of talked in tune to this in the semifinals as well, where the teams had many more games to play across 3 days, where they were playing, I think, 15 games across those 3 days. But for the finals, it's only going to be 10 games, so you don't really get that margin to get settled in to the games or to the meta of the group, or how the teams are going to be playing in the finals. And since you only have 10 games and it's winner takes it all, right? Obviously, there are going to be there's a prize pool, there's money for players on the second, third, fourth position for the teams as well. But yeah, so before we go any further, I think we have the PUBG Mobile National Championship Finals trophy coming up. So let's just head on over to that.
भी हो जाता है।
ठीक है, मैं सोच रहा अपने मेन अकाउंट को प्रोफेशनल ही कर दूँ।
वही मैंने असल में पूरा डेड किया हुआ था अपना। आई मीन इट वाज़ लेजिट डिसेबल्ड सो
Yeah, your account. Media presence is literally like currency now. So,
हाँ, ट्रू, ट्रू।
so there you
खैर आई
have it.
गेस इंस्टाग्राम एंड ट्विटर आर बोथ इनफ।
Yeah, Instagram and Twitter are just okay. Where is that is that coveted trophy. That is that trophy that will go to the team that ends up winning the PUBG Mobile Nationship finals, and they end up taking that prize away. They end up taking that coveted first spot away, and with that, I think they're going to qualify for a bigger tournament as well.
Definitely, they are, and we're going to be seeing all of them play today. Well, I think very, very soon because we just saw the trophy that they're going to be fighting for today. And I mean, yeah, I'd love to get my hands on it as well, but that's not for us today. And it's there for the players and all the teams that are present at the event. And it's really going to be a battle between all of them to get their hands on the trophy. And I think only one of them is going to be taking it home. So it's 16 teams, one trophy. It's going to be it is a competition definitely if you look at I mean if you look at it from any way it is something to be fought for and we're really going to be seeing who is going to well not today but tomorrow who's going to be taking it home.
Yeah, just some exciting competition that's going to be coming out across these 2 days for the finals. These teams are going to be fighting it out for that trophy. They're going to be fighting it out for their pride. They're going to be fighting it out for their professional glory, right? They're, whichever team ends up taking this away, they're just going to cement their name. They're going to preserve their name in the history books forever and ever. For the team that won PUBG Mobile National Championships 2022. So I'm pretty sure for all of these teams, there's just a lot of things that are on the line. There's pride, there's glory, you name it, and these teams are going to be fighting for it for the next 2 days. And I think we have to mention the sort of venue that we have there at the Lahore Expo Center, right? I think the team's done a wonderful job of setting everything up. It's very nice to see that the teams are in those very comfortable PUBG Mobile, professional environments where they're just going to be competing with each other. And I think line tournaments are just very exciting to see. But yeah, I think we have the performance for the championship here as well. So let's just head on over to that. Ahad, what are your sentiments and feeling about this amazing setup? I think we have a lot of. I'm not sure what those petals are called, but let's just call them petals for that. For that matter, right now, I think one of those players' booth got heavily grieved. I see a player already trying to take them off of them right now.
Well, yeah, and the fact that it's only on their booth or whatever that is, but oh well, let's just put the pedals aside for now. Looking at the stage, it looks really nice, and the fact that the trophy is just right in the middle of there, and so the players can just keep their eyes on it all the time and know what they're fighting for and know why they're there. It's really amazing, and all the all the decorations, everything we just saw, it was really amazing, and it's amazing. And thinking that there is a tournament like this happening in Pakistan, it is really amazing.
Yeah, it really is amazing, and I think the fact that the trophy really looks amazing, right? It looks like that shiny prize right in front of the players to sort of keep reminding them of what they're fighting for. So every time a player looks up from his mobile phone, which I'm not sure why he would be doing that if they're in the middle of the game, right? But if they're not, then every glance that they take at that trophy just sort of reminds them and drives home that point. What are we fighting for? And it is that coveted cup. Is that a fan that a player has in front of them right
Yep,
there?
just to dry their hands. I'm not sure why you'd need that in this weather, but I guess the venue is kind of, I guess, heated up. So fair enough.
Yeah, it might be, and it's just not due to the competition, right? I'm pretty sure there's the sentiments for the players that are really high right now, and everyone's just really feeling the fear, the intensity of the tournament. But I just think that was really interesting. I think that's to keep their hands dry, right?
Yeah,
To
basically.
sort of to avoid all of the moisture within the air. But yeah, guys, I think we're going to have the performance go live in just a little bit, and we'll be able to see what the community and what the PUBG team has planned for us because as casters, I think Ahad, we're not. Yeah, so we are going for the performance in just a few minutes, but yeah, Ahad, I think the performance is going to be a complete surprise for you and I. So, what are you expecting? What are you hoping for?
I genuinely don't know what to expect because these guys have been showing us surprises after, because I definitely wasn't expecting this much decorations and everything. Okay,
All
there it
right.
is. So people
Yeah.
just walking in with guns. All of them are just dressed up as the player unknown, and it
Yeah.
is just amazing.
Yeah, it really is. It looks pretty cool to be very honest, man. And yeah, so I think we're the performance is live right now, and it's just super interesting to see what these people are doing.
Yo,
I
they're
think
going towards the players. Okay, they're not just on the stage. So they went to the players and now they're back on the stage. Very interesting. That was an amazing opening and performance. I like that. I like that. All the decorations and even especially that ending. Well, we didn't really get to see all of it, what exactly happened, but I guess they just went back to the stage and perhaps they're just gonna hop off it anytime. But still, that was really amazing coming from PUBG. I like that. I like that.
yeah, it looked really interesting. I think we do have. I'm not sure if the performance is still continuing on the venue or maybe that was it. But I guess the people on the venue are going to be enjoying that for a little while more. So yeah, let's just end up seeing how all of that plays out. But yeah, Ahad, PUBG Mobile National Championships, man, finals. It must be really exciting for you to get this opportunity to be able to cast such a huge event, right?
It definitely is, and even more so with you. So yeah, it is gonna be really interesting.
Yeah, I just sensed a hint of sarcasm in that last comment. No, it truly is a pleasure to have some of the young blood for the casting talent of Pakistan. And it's honestly just like I said to you off stream as well. I think it's very exciting to see the sort of level where you already are, and just the amount of growth that you have in the future as well.
Yeah, it really means a lot, and I am definitely going to take that into consideration. And yeah, we, as I've said, we'll see where I end up. But yeah, this is honestly a great beginning. PMNC, and the finals of 2022, and after doing the semifinals, I'm here now, and yeah, it's really going to be great to see where all of this leads to.
Yeah, and I think it's really going to be a thriller, right? For all of the people watching, for our teams that are competing, and for our management team as well, to a certain extent, because like I'm sure this must be a challenge to arrange an event on land like this, especially at such a huge scale. So we're just really excited to see how the entire meta of the tournament ends up unfolding over these last 2 days within the finals. And especially all of these teams, they've been through hell and back, right? Especially on the last day, we saw somewhat of an amazing performance coming out from I can't really recall the team's name, but they fought it out towards the bitter ending, unfortunately, where they were able to secure almost 32 points to try to crawl their way into that ninth spot. But unfortunately, it was just a bit too far gone for them at that point.
Definitely. The team that you're trying to mention is 141. And I actually know one of their players personally. So I actually contacted him and he was really sad about it. Because I just said, I DM'd him, hey, good game. I'm sad that it didn't make it. It was that the performance you showed up at the very end was really amazing. And all he replied with was, a broken heart. And then after a while,
Oh,
he started to explain all of that happened. And yeah, he seemed really sad, and it was definitely very sad for Team 141. I think they were competing against Team Galaxy and Team Myth. All of these were really close. Team GPA, they also had a chance, but they were just really far off. But Team 141X, they were really close to get themselves a chance and of getting into this venue and competing against these teams, but they just missed it, and now they're not here anymore. But still, all of the teams that qualified, they are now, and it's really going to be interesting to see how they put up against all the teams that we have today.
yeah, and the team lineup seemed super interesting. I think we're going to go to that in a bit, right? There's some time till we end up discussing that. But the teams, all of the teams that are here, aside from the teams that ended up qualifying, it's just going to be really interesting to see how these teams end up shaking the meta of PUBG Mobile National Championships 2022, and how they come up to the venue and how they come up to this these final because so I think the rest of the teams, right? These teams that have been directly invited, because these are just really good teams that compete on a completely different level, and they end up winning the tournaments, or at least competing at a very high level across all different tournaments, right? The thing for them is that they're coming in with their amazing strategies and great game plans and just dexterity when it comes to their skills and everything. But the rest of the teams that have been fighting throughout the group stages, the knockout stages, the semifinals, they have they're super familiar with each other, right? And they have a great understanding of the PMNC meta as well, on how things have been shaping up, on how what sort of things have been working out for the teams when they've been playing with each other. So it's just going to be very interesting to see and how all of these things end up factoring in towards the flow of the tournament and towards the flow of the games ultimately, right? The way that they end up being played. Do the teams that ended up coming with the teams that were competing throughout the tournament, do they end up having an advantage over these new teams coming in, although they're mechanically better, although they're much more skilled, I would say, to a certain degree. Maybe their decision making is much better as well. So what are your takes on that, Ahad? Do you feel like the fact that these 9 teams that are here in the finals that have been competing throughout PMNC, do you think they're going to inherently have an advantage over the rest of the teams?
Well, we're yet to see, because as you mentioned that these teams have been playing again, they're already somewhat familiar with the meta. But point to be noted that because when you're playing at this level, especially when we see all the coaches and all the ideals for the team, it's not just the teams that they've been playing against. They also just keep an eye on all the teams, because they probably VOD review almost everything, and they just go through like all the matches, all the previous matches that have been played by almost all the teams that are relevant to this tournament, and they probably do a lot of research on how they all play and how the matches go out, and so they already have a pretty good idea about how all of the teams are playing. And I think it really just boils down to the team that has been doing, obviously, if I just put it like this, the team that has been working hard. But what's in reality, the team that has been analyzing all the other teams that are relevant to the tournament. And I think that's the team that is going to probably put up a better performance if they're able to carry out their plans properly.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Yeah, it's going to come down to that team that can execute much better than all of the other teams. We're talking about the tactical aspect of the game for a certain time, right? When we look at team negatives and the sort of performances that they end up giving up during the semifinals, team negatives were just playing at a completely different level. We did not expect that quality of gameplay to come out from them. Or we didn't expect that sort of dominance to come out from team negatives, where, as you were mentioning, they were, I think, during the semifinal stages across 15 games, they secured five chicken dinners. Or yeah, five chicken dinners. I
Yeah, I
think they
think it was
missed out
5.
the last one on Erangel that was being played, right? So five chicken dinners across the span of 15 maps, and then securing it on the same map over and over again, that sort of tells you that Team Erangel has an understanding of the games, has an understanding of the meta, or has an understanding of the tactical aspect of the PUBG that a lot of the other teams might be missing out on. Especially when we look at Team Hellraisers, right? They definitely were raising hell on the servers across all of the games. Their aggression was really evident from the stats. We saw all of their players mostly dominating the MVP section, but team negatives playing the tactical aspect of the game really paid off for them.
Definitely, but like you could even apply this logic to especially teams like 69 Esports and even Step Family, because they were really strong mechanically, but they just weren't able to back up for it with their tactics and how they were approaching the game. So yeah, team negatives, they were just playing, and I think despite the fact that team negatives players are mechanically strong, they just didn't really choose to take the fights. Well, they only just entered the action at the very right moment, and just grab the opportunity from themselves and for themselves and get the chicken dinner. So the way they were playing the game really benefited them, and we're gonna see how that style of gameplay is gonna go against the teams that we have today. And yeah, that's really gonna be about it for team negatives. But we have other teams as well who well didn't weren't really playing like team negatives, but we will see how well they stack up because so I'm looking forward towards team negatives on how they will perform tactically against the teams we have today. But for teams like Hellraisers and Tag, I'm actually looking forward to see how well they will be able to stack up against the teams that we have today mechanically. So yeah, it'll be really interesting to see.
Yeah, it definitely will be really interesting in how these teams end up pairing up against each other, and especially the different play styles that all of these teams are going to exhibit, right? So just seeing them clash with each other, play against each other, especially if you talk about a team like Myth Esports, right? Where we end up seeing them exhibit or adopt that really classic strategy of just riding the blue zone and just making sure that or you're almost always the last team to enter the circle, so that you don't really have to worry about your flank, but then all you have to worry about is what's in front of you, and what's in front of you is the entire lobby, right? So that's the sort of duality of their strategy, the downside of the strategy that we ended up seeing on quite a few occasions with Team Myth Esports, right, where they would be entering the circle super late, and the few teams that had already made their way into the circle were just already sitting there, sort of waiting for them and just ready to be able to punish Myth Esports. So it'll be really interesting to see if Myth Esports are going to be coming into this game with somewhat of a different strategy, or their ideology of the game, or their concept or core understanding of the game. Are they going to evolve that in any way for the finals, or are they going to just stick to their guns?
Definitely, Myth Esports and and their legendary, their iconic riding the blue zone into the safe zone strategy. And as you mentioned, it really has two sides because even we've seen them get hurt really bad on maps like Miramar because they are big maps, and if you're really deciding to just ride the blue zone into the safe zone, you're definitely gonna get hurt by that. But still, we have some other teams with because all the teams that we saw playing, they all have like different play styles. So it'll really be interesting to see how they all will go out in this tournament. But right now we have the point structure in front of us, and I guess it's a bit different, or maybe it's the same as the previous one. So the first team which is going to be the Chicken Dinner team, is going to be getting 15 points. Second team 12, third 10, fourth 8, fifth is going to get 6. 6 points. Sixth team is gonna get 4 points. Seventh team is gonna get two. Eighth and 12th team, or I think all the teams between 8 and 12 are gonna get 1 point each. And 13th and 16th teams are gonna get none, and you get 1 point for each elimination you make. So yeah, it's pretty standard, and it's the same as the one we had before.
Yeah, and taking a look at the prize pool distribution that we have, the first place winner is going to secure 10,000 US dollars, and that is quite a hefty sum that mounts up to 22 lakh Pakistan rupees. Our second place winner is going to have 5,000 Pak rupees, that is 5,000 US dollars, which translates to 11 lakh Pakistan rupees. Again, a huge sum of money going to the team at the second place. And then the third place is going to secure 3,500 US dollars, which are going to be 7,70,000 Pak rupees, right? Holler. So that is just a huge amount of money going towards the top three positions.
Definitely $10,000, which is 2.2, actually 2.2 million, but yeah, 22 lakhs in PKR. That is an hefty amount for teams like we have today, because you know how PUBG works is just kids just trying to play, trying to take as much as they can out of their time and competing, and playing in these teams, getting restricted by their parents all the time, and getting this much amount of money is definitely going to mean a lot to them. So now we have today's matches in front of us. The first match is going to be on Erangel, second Miramar, third Erangel again, fourth Sandhawk, and fifth is going to be Erangel again. So it's exactly the same as the semifinals, and just like the point system, the maps are going to be the same as well.
Yeah, the maps are going to stay identical to the maps that we were having within the rest of the tournament, right? This format tends to stay the same, and that's what's happening here. On semifinals, we had the exact same thing, but one very key difference to note for the finals as compared to the semifinals is that we're going to have 2 days of finals, day 1 and day 2, that are going to be played. So it's just going to be really interesting to see on how these teams end up stacking up against each other, whether these teams are going to be able to dominate each other, or do they end up not giving each other that tough of competition. But I think the teams really have their work cut out for them right now. Match 1, we're going to head on over to Erangel. Again, a very familiar map, a very familiar setting, and I'm sure all of the teams are familiar with all of the maps at this point, right? But it's just something about Erangel that really brings out all of that nostalgia, right? The second map, we're going to go towards Miramar. Again, a larger setting map. So after Erangel, the pacing might be a bit more slower on Miramar, and that's what I'm expecting to see. Third map, we're going to go back to Erangel, so the teams the teams that did not end up performing that well within match number 1 or match number 2 will sort of have they'll have the opportunity to reset themselves and approach Erangel with a different vision, with a different understanding, try out new strategies that they might have come up with earlier, and see how things go out for them. Sandhawk is going to be the match number 4 that's going to be played today. The interesting thing about Sandhawk, and it always is, right, it's a smaller map, much more aggressive, faster paced for all of the teams. And if you get aggressive on Sandhawk, you can usually end up accumulating a decent amount of points through your eliminations, and that is always very important for all of the teams that are going to be playing. And then finally, we're going to head on over. Something that I forgot to mention, Ahad, on Sandhawk, is that I would say that some of the not as good teams as the rest of the teams will have a decent opportunity on Sandhawk to accumulate points because of the healing strategy, right? Where the teams end up having that heal battles come out.
Yep. So the healing battles are definitely the key factor in this map, and talking about the other maps that we have, Erangel, the basic, not really basic, but the normal PUBG competitive games that you have. But on Miramar, the thing to be noted that, as you mentioned, the start to the game is pretty lame, or pretty slow paced. There's nothing really much around happening. It's just players looting here and there. But when it gets to the final stages of the game, it's like when the safe zone is really small. The thing about, unless you're getting a zone in the buildings, it's usually out in the open, so you don't have really anywhere to hide on Miramar, and that really makes it different from other maps. And The same is kind of with Sandhawk as well, because just like Miramar, when you have where you have nowhere to hide, on the contrary, you have almost everywhere to hide on Sandhawk. And yeah, it's really going to be interesting to see how these two maps are going to be played, because Miramar and Sandhawk are the maps that I personally look forward to, because Erangel games, they're just the regular PUBG games, but still they're really interesting to watch, and that is going to be the map that we're going to be having for the first as the first map today.
Yeah, and at this point, Holler, I'm just really excited to, get the game started. I just cannot wait anymore. I just want the plane to take off. We get their plane trajectory. We get to see where the teams sort of are heading on over towards Erangel, where the teams have those strategies set in place. Are they going to stick to the towns that they end up usually looting, or are they going to sort of evolve their playstyle and come up with new strategies, come up with new ways to engage other teams? We saw just a lot of exciting things happening over the last few days for the PUBG Mobile National Championships and just generally for PUBG, right? Where we saw those teams had those very interesting engagements happening with each other. We saw some engagements happening over a span of 5 minutes where the teams ended up losing a majority of their players. And then I think a team survived with 2 players only, and then they ended up getting third partied as well. So things like that are what the teams are going to have to look out for. They cannot end up making those same mistakes. So early game engagements, I think it's fair to say to set up the expectations of the audience properly. We're not going to have loads of early game engagements. Things are going to be a bit slower in the beginning, especially when the teams are trying to get their loot. They're trying to assemble all of their guns. Especially when you get a gun and you're like, this isn't my favorite loadout gun, but they'll have to do. So at that point, you're just looking for that ideal weapon. So in the early game, I'm predicting that we're not going to end up seeing a lot of regression. We're not going to see the teams just going at each other from minute one. That's going to be a bit slower to begin with, but then as the time will go on, as the circles will end up becoming more smaller and smaller, and the teams end up getting pushed more closer and closer to each other. So I think that's when the real crunch time is going to begin for these teams.
Definitely, that's where the real fun begins, and I honestly, look forward to those stages of the game personally as well. And it's just so those are the games that I'm looking forward to today, and we're gonna be seeing how all these teams are gonna be playing them today. So yeah, I just can't wait until the first map begins. That is going to be Wrangle, and yeah, let's see how fast. But so let's talk about the. I mean, of course, the game hasn't started yet, so let's talk about the venue and everything else that we just saw today on stream. So, what are your like final thoughts on the venue that we just saw?
Yeah, I think the venue just looked amazing, right? Props to the team that we have here arranging the event, handling all of the behind the scenes stuff that usually ends up going unnoticed. But I think that will be enough about the
Yep.
venue coming out from Aha than me for a while, because right now we do have the first game going live on Erangel. The plane has taken off, and that is probably the most neutral plane trajectory that I've seen in quite a long while. It's almost diagonally cutting the entire map in half. So the team, they end up having the option to head on over to wherever it is that they would like or they would prefer. So a team like Myth Esports can go over to that Lipovka town that they just love so much. Team RZ, I'm not Team RZ. What are they here? I think they're not here. Are there? No, that's just not cool, right? So other teams that end up preferring different areas. We see Team HR always heading over to Novro, so they're just going to be able to do that. Team 52 preferring that Georgia Pool area or that hospital area, so they're landing there. We have a Team 69 Esports, I think, is heading over to Severny. So that is the town that they prefer. Team R3D Esports is heading on over to that Rosehawk area. So just a generally great plane trajectory coming out for game number one. Very neutral, just and all of the teams are going to have the opportunity to safely head on over to their preferred locations.
Yep, we're gonna see if HR goes to
पहला ही
Novo
मैच
or
है
not.
और
Oh,
वहाँ पर
they
शायद
do.
आपके लिए
Novo
डिफिकल्टीज क्रिएट हो
is gonna
सकती
be
थी.
occupied by positions, but this time around, HR actually never mind. The other team is going towards Milta Power, but we do have the first circle on the sides. It's not really towards the northern side. It's not, well, it is engulfing the southern island, but it's, it's in the pretty center, and we actually do have a lot of teams in it already. So Edelrazers, they're gonna have to make their way towards the circle, I guess. But it could come down to military base as well if they're lucky enough. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. A lot of teams in the Georgia Pool area right now. We have Myth, RTG, and a bit near to them is another team. I think it's Team 52 Esports, and all of these teams are really close. We have some teams in an interesting drop spot that we didn't really see come into play in the previous game, which is going to be Zerky. And we actually do have two teams there this time. One of the team is also at Severny. So yeah, we definitely are seeing a few teams. They did drop where they always prefer to, but we are also seeing some variations because obviously we do have some new teams playing, and we're going to be seeing some new drop spots as well.
Yeah, the teams there are new teams playing, so I think that is where the main difference is going to end up coming, where the teams just end up going towards those areas and just competing with each other. But I think we do have our first blood has been spilled already, and I think that was Marwan from Myth Esports taking that first kill to his name. And yeah, talking about Myth Esports, Holler, is just very interesting that Myth Esports have preferred that Georgia Pool area towards that closer to that hospital region instead of heading on over to that Lipovka town that they prefer so much.
Definitely, and we've always seen Team Myth playing really slow and really safe, and they don't really want to take any aggressive fights or drop into hotspots. But Georgia Pool, it definitely is a hotspot. So for some reason, Myth they're seeming completely different from as they were before in the previous games that we've had, and we're really gonna see how this is gonna work out for them. RTG is really up close to them, so it's going to be the first fight coming. Not really, but RTG, we've seen them Road to Glory. We've seen them being really aggressive and mechanically good as well. So Myth, they definitely do have a challenge to deal with here, and we're really gonna see how this will go out. But as you mentioned, we already have Galaxy on the top with 1 point already scored, 1 elimination point to be precise on the rankings.
Yeah, Team Galaxy Esports are off to a great start at this moment, right? Especially getting that first elimination right as soon as they landed, and just making things much more favorable for themselves in that sense right now. So I think the meta of the game or the pace of the game is just going to significantly slow down after that first engagement, and I think it was just that first engagement that we ended up seeing, and that player being able to secure that kill. On the other hand, I think Myth Esports has landed in that hospital area, and that is exactly where there is just another team already present there. So it's going to be interesting if Myth Esports ends up taking an engagement very early on. Again, something that super concentrated on the tournament, on the
players, and I'm really looking forward to see all these players hyped up, or maybe all these players saddened down by what just happened, and it'll be really interesting to see all their reactions, all their emotions live. So it'll really be a sight to see. But for now, we can see team TMW just moving around, and this is a team that we haven't seen playing in the semifinals because they were invited. And I'm actually looking because we already do know the teams that we saw playing, and we already know what they're capable of, and they really showed how good they are. But still, the teams that have been invited to this tournament, bit close to Hellraisers, and Divine is just walking around right now, but to his north is crossing Hellraisers. They're just passing by. They're not really close enough, and Pyro Esports is well gathered as well, so it's really not going to be a problem for them as of now. But they're just looting around, chilling, while Hellraiser just crossed by them. So yeah, we will see. The map is pretty slow paced right now, but oh well. As I say that, Galaxy Esports making some more work. There are 2 points for them, and one of their players have been knocked down. There's a fight coming in. Galaxy Esports. Swanky coming into play right there. He's already there. He's gonna have to take a fight, but
Oh,
there is Cairo taking Swanky down. Swanky just, rushing towards his death, but he is now dead. So Sam is gonna try and revive one of his teammates. He's gonna be revived as well. But as that happens,
oh, that nade.
Galaxy Esports, they're paying for playing that aggressive, but there's the damage done by Marwan once again. A nade coming into Sam as well. It's Galaxy Esports, they're really not looking good here. Only one player alive. Two of them have been knocked down. It's all down to Marwan. Two of the players knocked out. Cairo, he's gonna have to find a Cairo, but Cairo, just an amazing play. He took down Swanky, and he's gonna be the one to finally eliminate Galaxy Esports at the very start of the game as well. But
Whoa.
there's some more damage coming in. What is this?
Yeah, I think that's just some classic third party happening there. And Team Cairo and Team Galaxy Esports, since Galaxy Esports were obviously, well, they got the short end of the stick in that engagement, in the sense that they got eliminated completely. But things are not looking good for Team Cairo either, right? The last player, sorry, for Team 3X, where the last player Cairo is alive at the moment, and Team Zero, what is that name? 7EQRX. So
Yeah.
Team X-Rage, they are getting pretty close to eliminating this last player that is alive. Cairo is just trying to just get out of there, but that is just not going to happen. Faster is going to take them out, and that will be the end of Team Cairo as well. And that engagement just really perfectly illustrates the point, right? Why do the teams end up avoiding engagements early on? Because stuff like that happens, because you get eliminated, because you end up losing two of your players. And that's just what happened there.
Yep, definitely. All the two teams that have been eliminated, they were very early on. But Galaxy Esports, they were looking really good. They got the very first elimination point at the very start, and moving on with to continue with it, they got two more. But they had to pay the price for it. Those three elimination points costed them their whole team, and the same can be applied to 3X. And both of the teams have been eliminated, with which we just saw X Rage got one elimination point, and they were able to just get away with one, because they just third partied both of the teams that were fighting in the area, and now they have one elimination point. Well, I don't think that really matters for them, because as we always mention, they're focusing on the ulterior motive, the ulterior goal they have in mind, which is getting the chicken dinner, which is going to give them 15 points, which is much more than getting all the eliminations points that they need. And honestly, in the because this is the first map of the entire tournament, and I don't think elimination points, they obviously do matter, but not as much in this stage as they would in the very later on, or the final games of the tournament. But we are now seeing a lot of teams gathering around, because the circle is now pretty small. It is currently taking under the entire Rosehawk and Farm, Milta, Runes area right now, and a lot of teams they're actually really close. We're seeing some action, probably well, not right now, but we will probably see some action go down.
Circle is taking a very neutral position on the map of Erangel. It's right in the middle, so all of the teams that landed on those very, you know, on those central areas on the map, I feel like they're going to have a very good time trying to rotate into the circle. While I'll hold on to that thought for a moment, because right on our screens was just a moment ago was Team HR, right? One of the teams that are the tournament favorites, I would say, to a certain degree, because the way the Team HR has been playing across the semifinals as well just really shows a lot of quality coming out from this team. So we're expecting them to do relatively well. And right now, TMW Esports is just having a field day looting these towns, and I think they're in the town next to the Rosehawk area. So I think Watertown is what we tend to call it. So just getting the loot up, getting the engagement, getting the equipment that they need to be able to do better within the next few circles, and that's just majority of what these teams are trying to do. Team X Generation, Shahmir is here, and Shahmir usually tends to be a very dangerous name within the PUBG mobile community. It doesn't matter which team has that Shahmir, but we've seen them perform really well.
Yep, definitely a name to be feared of. But I'm really loving the play style that X Generation is currently deploying in their their overall art strategy. All of the players are kind of spread out, but not enough to be completely separated from each other, just as we can see from the this team as well that is currently in Pochinki. They're kind of spread out but not enough to be separated, so if they encounter a team, they can just really gather around really quickly and get themselves ready for the fight. So X Generation currently scouting, so is I think that's Seven Dragon or something, but they're just currently busy looting. And yeah, I think it's gonna be like that for a while. But looking at the rankings, we have one of the players just who just died in a Team X raid, and I'm not sure how that happened. Maybe it happened in the game in the previous moments that we just had, but with that, Team 52 is also going to be getting 1 elimination points for themselves, putting them on the top. So, well, they're not going to be on the top for a very long while because, of course, we're going to be, having players winning chicken dinners, and the ranking is going to be changing a lot. But the small elimination points, they probably are going to make a really big difference at the very end because, as we saw in the semifinals, the points between Team Negatives and Hellraisers, that's the elimination points between them. That was what was making the difference between them in the overall rankings. So yeah, I guess it's sort of like how you want to play out the game. If you're really confident enough in your mechanical ability, sure, go for it. But for some teams, it's just a risk too big to take. But hold on to that because Pyro T24 is now on the server by taking down Negative Buzzet and Tokasaurus coming into the server as well, and then just finishing off with the car slam. And now Pyro is up against Negatives right now. Negatives a bit far away, but they just stopped in a really open area right in front of the eyes of T24 OP. So is Pyro going to follow through this engagement? Because one of the negative players have already been taken down. He's just down. Buzzet is gone. So Negatives, with having only 3 players on their squad right now. Oh, actually, Pyro is dealing with 2 teams at the same time right now. This is getting really interesting for Pyro.
What's really interesting for me is to see how Team Negative ends up faring up against the rest of the team against in the server when they're playing from behind, because they have lost one of their players, and that is Buzzard. Buzzard, we've seen how they tend to rely on Buzzard's mechanical ability to frag out in the server. But now that they've ended up losing Buzzard, we're going to end up seeing if this is a squad of elite mentality. Are they going to be able to adjust properly to the way that the game is playing right now, to make sure that they don't end up falling out in relatively early on? So that'll be a bit more interesting to see. But 52 esports at the moment, Chotu is just scouting out. He's looking up and beyond that ridge, and that is the zone into the circle. So he's just looking at the zone, trying to see if he can spot any players out, if there are any people there already waiting for him to enter the circle. So that's a smart play coming out from them. And 69 esports, they're doing what they end up doing best, just being an aggressive force within the server and just causing problems for everyone left, right, and center.
Yep, definitely. They are taking shots at a team right now, which is going to be X Generation. They do have some nades exploding near to them, but I think they're going to take their leave after this. Or maybe not. Maybe they just really want to go inside and take the fight. But we have some other teams coming into the playfield as well. In 69, they do seem to be in a bit of a trouble right now because they just tried to poke another team, and now they're getting third-partied by another one at the same time as well. So there's Tag Sherry, Tag Rise. Tag is in the game, but before that, TMW is going to be taking down Tug from X Generation. He is knocked down and probably is going to be finished off by him very, very soon as well. But Tag not really deciding to take the fight and just follow up through the fight between Team 69. They're just going to be running away. Leo trying to take some shots onto Team W players as well, but I don't think they're going to really take him down any soon because he's off to a good start. He's really low HP, and Nobix might just be able to take him down as well. But X Shamir is going to be taking down one as well. X Generation Psycho trying to follow up with the knockdown, trying to take down Sherry completely. Tag, they have taken a lot of damage here, and this is not looking really, really good from them. HR is coming into play as well. A lot of eliminations, actually, because these teams that are not letting the players go, if they are getting a knockout, they are following through and getting the elimination as well to ensure that that team is, or at least not entirely gone, but they do have less chances of them, butting into the final stages of the game.
Yeah, it's very important for the team to, if they're able to get that knockdown, they end up finishing the player off as well, so they can secure that important point from that elimination, and just that those points end up adding up over the series of a game. But yeah, looking at the circle is going on towards that hilltop area, and it looks like Team HR's home ground at the moment, because we've seen a Team HR performing across all of these games within the semifinal, and whenever the final few circles ended up going towards a very high groundish area where you had this region that, you know, that was just looking up above, beyond all of the players, that's where Team HR would end up pushing up and being there. But yeah, talking in tune to Team Negatives at the moment, they have sort of set themselves up towards that ridge area. They are looking down at the teams that are going to be entering within the circle. And as we say that, there's a team that is rotating on over right, very close to them right now. But 69 Esports, what just happened there?
Oh, Nobix just got taken down by a nade. 69 Esports looking in a lot of trouble right now. They have a lot to deal with. There's a team right in front of them, a whole squad. In fact, one of them is going to go for a flank, but there is Chazil trying to take some shots onto Python. Isn't really able to deal him a lot of damage, or at least to take him down. But Chazil currently fighting with 3 people at the same time. Car exploding right beside him. There is Python taken down by Fofo, who's currently third-partying the whole scenario. But Chazil also taking a lot of damage because of the final explosion. There is the rush coming in from Fatty as well. And there is the kill on to Shazil, and that's going to be Team 69 completely taken down. So HR was the one who was poking with the team that was fighting with Team 69 as well. So I think they're going to be the next encounter is going to be with Team 69. But currently we are looking at Team Negatives and Pyro as well, dealing a lot of damage to Goku. Pyro though, Tokasaurus not having taken a lot of damage, he's going to try and escape, but his car has. So you know he has to get out of there before it explodes.
Yeah, it would be very unfortunate if he ends up getting killed in that car exploding, but there's a grenade chucked over by Pinkman onto a spot that's right in front of them. He takes some shots and is able to take out Aqua OG. Just great gameplay coming out from Pinkman, and that nade might end up finishing Aqua OG off as well. So Team Negatives, we're seeing them play from behind for the first time ever. Well, not the first time ever. It's usually a rare sight to see from Team Negatives, but Pegasus, he is holding on, and Team Negatives doing what they usually end up doing really well, right? When they have another squad on the back foot, they are not afraid to use their vehicles to get extra aggressive on them, and that will be Team Hashtag getting eliminated. Or was that Team Aqua? Yeah, that was definitely Team Hashtag. They have been eliminated from the server at the hands of Team Negatives.
Yep, Team Hashtag being gone. And it's really interesting, as you mentioned, because, you know, well, we do see Team Negatives entering the whole scenario at the very right time. But this time around, it was they already have lost a lot of players, right? So it's going to be a lot more risky for them. Team Negatives having lost already 1 player, and 2 of them are currently knocked out. So it's only down to Pegasus, who is alive. He's going to have to revive 2 of its teammates to, you know, get his chance, to get his team a chance to actually follow up with this. Shahir coming really close up to Pegasus. There's a revive coming in. He's probably going to be on his feet anytime soon. But Team 52, they're not really looking for the fights, and I think they're gonna just rendezvous with each other and just run away, and that's really gonna be it between the encounter of Team 52 or 52 Esports and Team Negatives. But on the other hand, they're just starting to fight with Myth Esports as well. So Jalad is gonna be the one to finish off Myth Joke. 52 is gonna actually fight once again with Team Negatives. There's the first one more knockout coming in, and Shamir, what just happened? Did he lag out or something like that? But he definitely got taken out as well. So Psycho is just gonna push in. There's first elimination, and a team once again has been knocked out. And fun fact, it was Tag, one of the top 3 or top 5 teams in the semifinals. A lot of teams are getting eliminated one after another. A lot of action going around the map. There is another vehicle slam coming in. Chodu just trying to go inside, but he's really low HP. Will he really be able to make it out of this? Oh, no, he won't. Tears is gonna be the one to catch him out.
There's just a lot of action happening here between all of these teams, especially if you look at the circle. Team Hellraisers will be able to get Romeo up right now, but just a lot of aggression coming on towards them from Team 52 Esports towards those very small shares that they've been able to secure for themselves. I think it's very lucky for Team HR that Team 52 does not seem to have a lot of utility, but Joker has to be careful because there's a player right behind him making his way towards him right now. Another team gets eliminated, and that is just going to spell the end for them. Joker stands there out in the open as well, and the player from Myth Esports just takes great advantage of that, and that is going to be Captain. But Captain catching a lot of damage from Tears, and he's going to be able to get that revive off unless Tears wants to use his frag grenade. But no, I don't think he's going to need that because Fofo is rushing on to Captain right now. Captain knew he either had to take that engagement on the left or on the right, goes from the right and gets eliminated. Myth Esports buying out of the server at the 7th position.
Yep, amazing gameplay coming in from Hellraisers, but on the other hand, we can already see Shamir. You know, all these Shamirs, as you mentioned, are really dangerous, but he just got taken down. We can see Fatty trying to fire some bullets off a person that's running out in the open. Hunter is in a bit of trouble. There is the Molotov in hand, but they are gonna get third-party Team Red coming into play. He's gonna take down Fatty from really far away, actually, and that is gonna be it for, I think, Team Red. Well, give us some time to recognize the teams, but we will surely will in a bit, or at least in the next match. But yeah, a lot of teams being taken down. The circle is already pretty small, and the action, as you say, is once again just ramping up. We're seeing a lot of teams being eliminated because in the previous 10 minutes we just saw like 5 to 6 teams being taken down consecutively, and it was really amazing to see all these teams either third partying each other, and in this scenario, is the first time calls, the instant thinking, you have to make the quick decisions, split second decisions that you have to make. That those are what really make the difference here. So Team Pyro a bit further down, and Team Red already having a really high ground, as you say. They are really advantageous because once you have them, it's really easy to spot out all the players moving around, and it's really easy to take shots onto them. And just as I mentioned, that Red Bobby is gonna be taking out his gun and is going to be able to take down Pyro, but there's the third person coming in. He's going to be taken down as well. So that's one player knocked out, and I think he has been finished off as well. So Ash trying to just, hold off the players that are trying to third party them, but how long will he be able to do it for?
Yeah, he throws that nade on over towards Team XG, and Lost Boy is now lost in the grass because he gets knocked down because of that grenade that came right at him. Team R3D, they are set up here right properly. Musa could be getting revived, but a push coming out from Team Pyro. That vehicle spots out Team R3D, and they know where the position for these players is. But as they were pushing up, they get third party, they get knocked out. They did get a bit tunnel vision with that push coming out from them. But look at the team that we have here. That's going to be Team HR. Whenever we end up seeing those circles on the high ground, this high ground is a bit more different than what we end up experiencing on Miramar, but it's a high ground nonetheless. And Team HR, they are the high ground champions, and Fofo's grenade takes out another player right now.
Yep, we are looking at Team Red, Musa, Anubis. They are pretty close to each other, but that nade, that did a lot of damage to Hunter, who's currently trying to revive Psycho, but Psycho is probably going to be revived very soon. Point to be noted, Ash is slowly just crawling towards them, making his way towards the player. Musa is also having T24 OP in his sights. He knows where he is. There's the blue zone closing in. T24 OP is going to have to make his way out of there, but Musa, he is a bit delusional about the position of T24 EP. He's going to take a lot of damage, but is going to fairly make his way out of there. Almost died to T24. But I mean, we have seen impressive performances coming in from this player, so we definitely shouldn't underestimate, but never mind, that is going to be the end of it. Well, his mechanical ability still stands. He just got taken down by a nade, right? We might see him popping off in the games that are yet to come today. So that's gonna be it for Pyro. One of the players just got taken down. Red currently engaging with HR. A really long range fight, but probably they are really well equipped for it because we just saw Musa trying to fight, but there is Ash. As he was slowly lurking towards X Generation, he is actually gonna find Hunter, but little does he know there's another player, so he probably should go after him, right? It's gonna be a 1v1, simple 1v1 for Ash, and Lost Boy is also pretty damaged, and he doesn't really seem to have any healings, so it's probably going to be an easy fight for Ash. And if not, Lost Boy might just loot around and get himself the time he needs to loot. So he's currently surrounded by two players from two teams, actually, Hellraisers and Red. Fofo is on his right, Ash is on his left, so he's really in a bit of trouble, and he can't really go up straight because the ridge is just too high up for him to climb, so he's going to make his way around to either of the sides. And as I say that, Fofo is doing a lot of damage to 7 as well, and one of the players actually has been knocked down, and he's going to be finished off by Romeo with the Molotov as well.
Yeah, and X-Ray Esports realizing their positioning is no longer as good as it earlier was, so they're just pushing using those vehicles towards that end circle. And that nade from full landing onto Anubis, and they will have that compound cleared out in just a bit. Team HR, look at that coordination coming out from them. Look at that push coming out from them, taking out Musa at the very last moment. Do they realize there's another snake lurking right behind them? I don't think they'll be able to. They'll be overlooking that snake, and that snake could do a ton of damage to them. But I think that snake has been dealt with at the moment. We're down to our top three in the final circle. No, that Psycho from X Generation, he's in a great position. If he's able to take these teams out, he could get one or two players eliminated in just a few moments if he takes his head off, if he just, gets up at the right moment. But Team Hellraisers, they're down to deal with their final squad at the moment. Lost Boy, he shows himself, takes out Fofo, but is he able to do anything more?
We are yet to see, because Psycho was in a really good position, but will he really be able to make use of it? But Hellraisers, they are looking really strong next, making his way towards the players. He's not really taking the straight route, but he's going around it. He already sees one. There's the book fired, and there's the kill onto Faster, and it's going to be over. And the chicken dinner winners of this map will be Hellraisers. Amazing gameplay coming in from them. And, they were about to get, flanked and ambushed from the behind from Psycho, but yeah, they're really well against it, and they actually proved themselves to be, well, the better team, I guess, in this map, and that's gonna grant them with the first chicken dinners of this final stage of this tournament. And yeah, go Hellraisers.
Yeah, go Hellraisers indeed. Congratulations to Team Hellraisers for securing their first chicken dinner. Not their first chicken dinner, but rather the first chicken dinner of the finals. So there's just generally great gameplay coming out from Team Hellraisers to be able to win it in the first map. And then, like I was saying, Holler, there's just something about a high ground final circle ending and just Team Hellraisers being really, really good at it. So, props to Team Hellraisers, and I did sort of make that prediction. I was like, we are having a high ground circle coming in. I was keeping a very keen eye on to Hellraiser and to see what they were doing. So just great performance coming out from them. And if I'm not wrong, towards those final circles, they were down to 3 players, right?
They were, and they really made the best out of it, and the best possible that they can. I mean, what's better than just getting a chicken dinner and just ending everything right away? So yeah, Hellraisers, the kings of high ground, and really taking it home in the circles, and actually predicting the circle really, really well, and it actually works out. I mean, so far all the games that we've seen, they have been predicting the circle really well, and even if they're a bit off, they're able to adapt to the change and just back up with their mechanical ability. And yeah, they are proving to be really the solid team, the formidable team at the very first stages of this tournament. And we're really yet to see that if they will be able to follow up through with it throughout the entire tournament, or because this was Erangel, right? And we've seen Team Negatives doing it really, really well. So I was expecting Team Negatives to at least, drop into the top 5, at least the top 3, but well, they really weren't able to because they lost one of their players at the very starting stages of the games. But Hellraisers, yeah, they just came through and took the first chicken dinner on this map. That's as we've seen, kind of belongs to Team Negatives at this point.
Yeah, Team Negative giving a great performance on the first map, securing that chicken dinner, and that will just propel them off to a very great start within this tournament. 9 games left, and Team Hellraisers have been able to secure the first chicken dinner. Speaking about the teams and in tune to more about the teams that we have playing here, we have to mention the fact that Team Hellraisers and Team Negative Esports. During the semifinals, these two teams had accumulated 9 chicken dinners together. So that is 9 out of 15 games being played, right? That is more than 50% of the chicken dinners that were secured. And they took that away from like 14 other teams. So just props to deep teams, and they really proved to the community, to themselves and the rest of the people that they're competing with, to the rest of the competitors, that they are a formidable force that cannot be taken lightly. And we saw that aggression coming out from Team Hellraisers within this last game as well. When you would see them rushing onto a player, I think it was just one player from Team XG or someone that was just lying there, and in his vision, he saw 3 players from Hellraisers just walking very just not walking but running and rushing towards him with a lot of deadly intent, and they were able to take him out. So that's just something that I'm looking forward to seeing more from Team Hellraisers, right? With that aggression coming out from them when they're trying to get those eliminations, when they're trying to get those points, and just playing to the best of their mechanical ability.
Definitely, that's the adaptability that we're seeing from Hellraisers just coming in. Because, as you said, that player from X Generation, that was actually Psycho, and he had a really good position. Just having three players' backs just turned behind to you, and it's just it could have been proven to be fatal to just Hellraisers. He could have, if he wanted, he could have just taken down all three of them at the same time. And I think as soon as he tried to inflict any damage to Hellraisers, there was a split-second decisions coming in from them, and yeah, that spelled the end for Psycho right there. And yeah, Hellraisers was just able to continue with it against the teams that were left in the top three as well. And yeah, really amazing performances coming in from all the players from Team Hellraisers. And yeah, we're gonna be seeing how it continues. So yeah, we'll be back very very soon before this break starts.
Just a brief break that we had there for a moment, so that we could just, get some of the results compiled up and all of the good things going for you guys. But I seem to have caught somewhat of a fever from Ahad at the moment, but I'll try to get rid of it as the stream continues. But Ahad, what an amazing first game that we were able to see there. Team Hellraisers just dominating the server, again, finishing off. Against finishing off on a high ground area and just really dominating.
Yep, as we were mentioning that they are the kings of the high grounds. They really prove that they are. And hopefully we're going to be seeing amazing performances from them in the upcoming 9 games that we have left in this tournament as well. But as I said, Team Negatives, they were really meant to be the winners of this map that we just had, that is going to be Wrangle. But oh well, didn't really fall into place. And now the next map that we're going to be having is going to be Miramar as well. And if you remember, Hellraisers, they actually did get a chicken dinner on Miramar as well, because they perfectly predicted where the circle is going to be. And the last two, like the top 2 and 3 teams that were remaining, they were able to just end it off in a heal battle, and Hellraisers were able to get the chicken dinner for themselves. So focusing on the winner team, that is Hellraisers, in the previous games, they got total of 14 eliminations, 2k damage done. And if we divide them all to the players, it's going to be Fofo with 5 eliminations, 600 damage. Next, 6 eliminations, almost 700 damage. Amazing performance coming in from him. Romeo with no eliminations and almost 200 damage, and the rest of the players as well. Well, only last player remaining. But yeah, really, I think we should reward it to the first 2 players and the teams, Next and Fofo. They did really well, providing their team with all the support that they needed. So moving on to you, Azuz, we have the teams to focus now.
Yeah, very interesting stat that we're recording in the teams to focus section is the time in blue. So this really shows you that these teams, they do not want to spend any time in the blue zone, and they're just making sure that they can work their way into the safer zones and just sort of have the strategy where they're going to be within the zones, within the safe parts of the zone, and not playing out on the edge. So R3D, 7 EQR, and those are the teams to look out for. Team Foster is a player that we have from 7 EQR at the moment. 5 eliminations, 845 damage. He's the MVP player, rightly so. Team contribution 62%, 212 meters was the longest elimination coming out from him, and 5.11 MVP points coming out from him. So the player data that you can see, the graph is in green. We're talking about the current player, and then the MVP for the average data, right? The average PUBG mobile player coming out. So you can see how there's just a huge discrepancy between that graph.
Definitely. And I'm actually loving this new style of graphs that we're seeing all this data being shown in a really nice and organized way. And it really shows the outshining stats of a player or a team. So yeah, it's really amazing to see these new changes. But now we have the players that we have to focus on, and it's going to be faster with a total of 850 damage. Next with 6 eliminations, and Romeo with 4 assists. So as I was mentioning, that you should give to the players, you should give credit to the players in HR, Next, and Fofo. But now we're only seeing what and how Romeo was contributing to his team, and it's going to be with 4 assists, which is kind of a high number as compared to what we've seen in the games that we've had in the semifinals. So yeah, 4 assists going to Romeo, and he really contributed to the team, and yeah, getting the chicken dinner at the end. So the overall statistics for the game we're going to be having are going to be 59 total eliminations, 6.9k healing done, a bit high for considering the map was Erangel. 61 total knockouts, 269 throwable use, pretty standard. 4 airdrops looted. Well, players were really preferring the airdrops, and we even saw one in a ghillie suit. 10 total headshots, 18 rescues, and the longest shot coming in from Psycho, which was at 230 meters.
Psycho, great long shot coming out from him. Just an average, your average stats for this map, for the finals day number 1 being played. Something that has deviated from the average is the airdrops that the teams were able to secure for themselves. But let's circle back to that later. Looking at the match leaderboard right now, we have Team Hellraisers finishing off very strongly within that first game at the first position, getting 14 elimination points and then 15 from the chicken dinner, 29 total points secured from them. 7 EQR was able to get 12 placement points and then 8 points from their kills, getting a total of 20 points. Team X Generation, 10 placement points, 4 from kills, 14 points coming out from them. And then R3D Esports, getting 8 placement points, 4 kills, getting themselves to 12 total points on there. That will be the top 4 teams. And then going on to the other teams, Team 52 Esports at the 5th position, 12 points. 6th position going to Pyro Esports with 9. Team Faulty Devils at that 7th position with 8 points. Team 3X Esports at that 8th position with 4 points. Myth Esports at 9th position with 3. And then Team Negatives at that 10th position with only 3 points going their way. Galaxy Esports, they were able to secure 3 points. At 11th position, Team TMW 12 with 2. Team R3G 1 point. The Angry Gamers with 1 point as well. Hashtag Esports 0, 69 Esports 0. So something very interesting to see, Ahad. All of the teams that we had coming out from the semifinals, with the exception of Team Hellraisers, none of them were able to give a solid performance in this game number 1.
Exactly. That's the point I was about to mention, because only Hellraisers, and because if you look at from the top 2, from the top 5, all of the teams are the teams that were invited. So we are really seeing these teams show their mettle against the teams that we are having coming from the semifinals. But still, looking at the eliminations and the damage ratio, we're going to be having at the highest is going to be Hellraisers at 14 eliminations and 2k damage done. We have X Rage at 8 eliminations and 1.7k damage done. X Generation with 4 eliminations and 1.1k damage done. Red with 4 eliminations and a lot higher damage, 1.6k damage done. And then we have 52, who also did a lot, almost as equal to Hellraisers, and that's a lot of damage done by the teams that are on the top. And all the teams that were following didn't really do much, because we really saw a lot of action go down. And all the teams just got eliminated at the very, as I mentioned in the game, 5 to 6 teams got eliminated consecutively. So yeah, not a lot of teams had a chance to show what they really are made of.
Yeah, with those eliminations coming up, I think it was the teams being a bit more aggressive in the beginning. So we have the head-to-head with Team Hellraisers and 7 EQR. Obviously, a comparison that's going to be very heavily Team Hellraisers favored, with the 2k damage in comparison to the 1.7k damage that 7 EQR was able to deal. Team Hellraisers 14. Team Hellraisers total eliminations amounting up to 14 as compared to the 8 of 7 EQR, and then both of the teams not spending any time within the blue zone, or just very negligible amount of time. So the total head-to-head for the players, damage dealt 845 from Faster, Next doing 692. Faster, again, eliminations 5 as compared to Next is 6. And then Faster, 9 throwables used as compared to Next 15. So just a very dominant performance coming out from the team Hellraiser's players all across the board, except for those damage numbers right now.
Yep, the damage number, it's definitely higher on faster side, but hey, it's just the beginning, right? It's match number one, and we know that what these Hellraisers players are capable of, and especially coming from players like Next, Fofo, and all these really aggressive, and all these players with the really high mechanical abilities. All these players, it's just the start. So we're really gonna see how these numbers keep on stacking up against each other as we further move in to the final stages of the tournament.
Yeah, the games are just going to get interesting, more and more interesting. So, looking at the schedule again, we had match number one getting played on Erangel, an amazing and aggressive and dominant performance coming out from Team Hellraiser, getting 14 elimination points on Erangel and just taking the map for themselves. The second game is going to go on to Miramar, again, a bit of a larger map coming out, where all of the teams are expected to rotate out in a much more interesting manner, just compete with each other in a much more interesting way. So we're going to end up seeing if that's how the game ends up shaping up. And then game number three, Erangel again. After that, we're going to head on over to Sandhawk, and then we're going to finish the day off on Erangel as well. So it's just going to be very interesting to see on how these teams end up performing and how they end up comparing up with each other. And Team Hellraisers, they're just off to a great start, and I think they're just going to want to stick on to that momentum that they've already been able to secure and just keep competing at a very high level.
Definitely, we're gonna be seeing, but now we're gonna the match. The map we're gonna be having now is gonna be Miramar, on which we because as we were talking about Myth Esports and their famous iconic, riding the blue zone into circle strategy, that might not just work, but still, if you focus on the map we just had, that was Erangel, Myth Esports. They were a bit different. Their playstyle was a bit different. They were a bit more aggressive. Well, they did get eliminated, but still. They were changing up their playstyle a lot. So if they're able to do so on this map as well, that might increase their chances of actually moving up in the rankings. But still, a lot of teams that are coming from the semifinals, they are not really been able to produce or at least show the good performance that we were expecting coming in from them. But because all of the teams that were invited already, there are the teams that are on the top right now, with the exception of Hellraisers only. And we'll really see how this changes over time. And because teams like Team Negative and Tag Esports being in the whole 16 teams combination, this is really different, or at least, well, maybe it depends, but it is definitely different from what I expected to happen.
I'm really excited to see if if the rest of the teams coming on from the semifinals are going to be part of that conversation of the team who's going to end up winning the PUBG Mobile National Championship, or are they just going to sort of frizzle out and go be one of those background characters within these games or within the rest of the series. And especially, I think Team Negatives was very caught off guard by by the type of mechanical ability that these teams are now able to exhibit, because it really looked like that they were not expecting that, especially with how Buzzet was taken out very early into the game. I was observing Team Negative. I was trying to keep a close eye on them to see if they're going to adjust their playstyle in a very different manner, if they're going to go on about the game looking at the game at a very different way. But that just did not happen from Team Negative. They sort of crumbled under the pressure of the finals, and especially not securing the win on Erangel, a map that they're infamous for, a map they're infamously known to be very good at, was just not refreshing, but just very different for me to be able to see. So the rest of the teams that were invited, I think they're playing at a level that we expect them to, right? Dominating the server, staying up on top, securing those points within those first few slots, right? So it's going to be very interesting to see if on Miramar these teams are going to be able to adjust their playstyle, if they're going to be able to adapt, change, and just mix things up, or if we're going to see a similar result coming out from Team HR, if they're going to be dominating the server, if they're just going to be sticking to their guns, sticking to what they know and how they know that it works really best, and just sort of edging all of the other teams out.
Definitely. And it's once again that element of adaptability coming into play. And we're really going to be seeing because, these teams just had their first match among themselves. And now they're slowly learning how all of these teams are planned. How they've planned to approach the game and how they've planned to approach all of these games. So, yeah, we're finally seeing some of the teams gain some information about the other teams. And now we're going to see how they play around with that information on the games that are upcoming and adapt to them and to bring changes into their play style, make corrections on the mistakes that they made because those 5 to 6 consecutive eliminations coming in from the teams, that's definitely a mistake on a lot of teams side. So we're really going to be seeing how these teams make the adjustments and fix their mistakes. And yeah, Miramar up next, and we're going to see that in play just any soon.
Yeah, and with Miramar, it's very interesting to see if the teams, because on Miramar, we usually end up seeing teams having those late rotations come on into the circle, where they're not exclusively or exactly looking to ride the blue zone into the circle like Myth Esports does, but it is a similar strategy within the first few circles, or at least within the first circle. The team's top priority is to make sure that they get into a town that is completely secluded. There are no other teams that are close by in any capacity at all, and just make sure that they get their loot up, that they get the vehicles that they're going to need to be able to rotate out with later on, and then get into those vehicles, get out of the map, get out of the zone, and get into those newer areas. So as we were talking about getting into newer areas, the first map on Miramar, what am I saying, is live right now. So we do have the plane trajectory right in front of us. It is favoring that lower region of the map just a bit more. And yeah, so all of the teams that like to go towards Chumacera, La Dorila, Los Leones, Los Higos, Prison, even El Pozo, Montevideo, San Martin, Graveyard, Minas Generals, Junkyard, Power Grid, El Azhar, all of these areas are going to be extremely accessible for these teams. So I think they're all going to be able to get their favorable spots right now.
Definitely. And once again, we can see Team Hellraisers of once again preferring the southern side of the map. And obviously, as the plane trajectory is preferring the southern side, we will definitely see a lot of teams going towards the southern side as well. So Hellraisers is going to be just moving down towards Puerto. And we can see RTG actually making a really big detour. Will they go towards the southern islands or not? We are yet to see. But that'll definitely put them in a really safe spot. A lot of teams already are dropping around the plane trajectory area, all of the area that it engulfs is, and we can't really see as of now any team really going towards the other side of the map, and all of them are really up close. Negatives is also going to decide to just drop, and there it is, the first circle. It is going to be favoring the southern side once again, just like the plane trajectory, and it is a bit on the west. So some of the teams are definitely going to have to make a lot of movements, especially Hellraisers and the teams that are really on the eastern side of the map. And obviously, Miramar, as it is being a really big map, it is going to be a challenge. Well, already a challenge because vehicles are easily accessible on this map, but they will have to find vehicles, and we are going to be seeing a lot of movements going on. All these teams just moving inside to get into the safe zone, and yeah, we might just see some road action coming into play as well. But yeah, we'll really see how it all goes out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how everything ends up happening. But yeah, the circle going on towards the left side of the map, favoring that region, and with esports just. I think by surprise have found themselves within the first circle, because again it's usually a team that ends up favoring those extremities of the map, the towns that exist on the outer edges, and just making sure that they can rotate on in a bit later on. So Myth Esports, it's good to see, it's refreshing to see, and it's really refreshing for them as well, I'm pretty sure, to find themselves smack dab right in the middle of a first circle. So they won't have to rotate out or make that huge rotation for themselves. On the other hand, Team TFD and Team 69 Esports, they are relatively very close to each other. So they're going to have to be careful on how they end up approaching this, or if a fight were to break out very early into the game. So they're going to have to be very careful on how they end up approaching that. And 69 Esports, they're a team that we see not shying away from engagements, whether they're early on or even later.
Definitely, they don't shy away from engagements. But the point is that Python really has an interesting position because he is currently behind 69 Esports. So Team TFD, they do have us. They are kind of surrounding Team 69 right now. But if you look at that, 52 Jalad, he's out here all alone, but he does have his eyes on a team. They have no information on him. There's the first shots coming into him, but yeah, he was in a really risky position all the way. If he could have played that outright, he could have, managed himself to get a few kills for himself. But too bad, he is going to be the first one to be taken down. Jalad being finished off, and Team 52 having lost one of their members. Team 52 not really going back because they just well, they got the idea that there's really no point if Jalad were to be just knocked out, not completely finished off. They could have tried to get back their teammate, but sadly he has been finished off. So Team 52 is just gonna be making their way out of that and not really messing with the other team that's present there right now.
Yeah, rotating out of that area seems to be the best plan of action for them right now, especially since they did end up losing a member very early on, and that is going to sting and stick with them for the rest of the game. So playing with 3 members, it is at a disadvantage. Because one of the biggest issue becomes when you're down to 3 members is, right, if you are in an engagement and one of your teammate gets taken down, so your entire squad is effectively down to 1 member, because when one of your team members is going to revive that knocked down player, then those 2 players are just out of the action for the moment. So that one last surviving player has to fend off an entire squad that could potentially be pushing you, that could potentially be making aggressive moves at you. So 3 players is definitely a disadvantage, one that could be game losing even, but we've seen teams play and perform at a very high level even when they're down to those 3 or even 2 players.
Definitely, but Team 69 still against team, or well, at least really close to Team TFD, and they do have an idea about them because Team TFD, they probably gave out a lot of information with all the auditory sounds, all the auditory information that they've been giving out. And Team 69, they are really very about the team that's in front of them. And but not really not really a lot of action to be seen. They're not really engaging with each other as of now, but they soon might. And yep, as I said it, Shazil is going to be finding Freestyler right away. So that's one person knocked out on Team TFD. I'm not sure if Team 69 is going to be following through it, but they just might not, because these teams, they do kind of like to lurk around, because as we saw, Team TFD, they were kind of spread out when they've dropped around Team 69, and Team 69 also likes to play a bit spread. They're not always combined and together with each other. So that might just be a kill. That was, 2 of the players just wandering around, and they just found each other walking. So Team 69, Chazil is going to be the one to win that duel and take down and at least knock out one member of TFD. But TFD still might be able to recover, or maybe not. But still, Imran taking shots onto Freestyler, and Chazil is going to be the one to come in and drop the final damage needed to knock down as well. So that's actually 1 player dead on TFD's side, and TFD now left and at least down to 3 members is going to be against 69. Once again, 69 really not letting them go. They're not easily letting them go out of their hands. They're just following through them really carefully though, but still they aren't really looking to at least let them go. They are looting around as well, and they're just following TFD. So TFD not really looking really in a good condition, and yeah, they have taken a lot of damage from Team 69 already.
Yeah, 69 Esports really able to inflict a significant amount of damage onto Team 69, onto the other team, Team TFD. But yeah, Hellraise is on our screen at the moment. They're just rotating out. They're just chilling out and making their way within the first circle, sort of cruising around with the boys as if you were in this early stages of the game, because we know what Hellraisers are capable of, especially when they get turned on towards the later parts of the game. We've seen what they can end up doing. There's something very interesting coming out from Team Hellraisers, right? Look at the way that they're rotating. Romeo is the furthest one out from the rest of his team. And the rest of the squad is clumped up together, relatively clumped up, right? Where they're all just commuting together clumped up as three. So Romeo moves in front. He goes to a ridge. He sees that there's a compound right in front of them, and then he pulls out of his vehicle. He scouts it out, uses the vision that he has on his gun, sees that there's no one there, and then he tells his team that it's okay for them to follow. So that is just tactical ability coming out from uh, the team Hellraisers. We end up seeing why they're consistently winning those chicken dinners, because it is little things like these that end up making a huge difference at the end of the day.
Definitely an amazing strategy coming in from Hellraisers and a perfect analysis coming in from you, Azus. But still, we are seeing Galaxy Esports and X-Rage being once again close to each other, because these two teams, they were the ones to take the first engagement in the previous map that we have, and we might just see that happening once again. But well, at least not the first engagement, but still, they are gonna be poking around with each other once again very very soon, or maybe not, because Galaxy Esports, they do seem to have maintained their distances, but still they are inside the buildings that are really close to each other, and Drolin already having a really nice position which Galaxy Esports might not know about. This might prove a bit disadvantageous for Galaxy Esports, and yeah, there are the first bullets shot by Zibian from X-Rage, which isn't really gonna hit anyone. But yeah, we soon might see all the engagements following through. But hey, looking at all the players, look at how cozy they are right now. Honestly, I want to play there, because all those pillows and everything, it just looks like such a cozy I mean, props to PUBG Mobile for hosting this tournament. Such an amazing venue, and everything so well set up, and everything looks so nice and cozy. It just makes you want it to go there and just look at it with your own eyes. And I'm pretty sure all the players there present there are really enjoying this.
Yeah, they really seem to be enjoying, and I think I really like the screen setup that we have there as well, right? So all the spectators that are present on the venue, they end up having very prime spots to look at the players that are playing live, and just look at the action coming out from our really good spectators as well. They're bringing us all of the action. So 10 minutes of the early game, I'd say that the early game is now coming to an end at the end of those first 10 minutes. And Team 52 Esports, as I talk about those early game moments, 52 Esports, they're very close to Team Tag at the moment. So we might not end up seeing them lock horns anytime soon, or they might just end up going at each other, because 52X Hassan takes out Sherry with his Mini 14.
Definitely, that's the first knockout coming in. Sherry has been knocked down. Rise, though, being really close to him. The revive will probably come in, but they will have to move into a safer position before that happens. But yeah, Rise is going to be the one to revive Sherry, but still Hassan just scoped inside, having his eyes with the Mini 14 and paired with the scope. That's the perfect sniper setup, especially because when you're dealing with, the normal sniper rifles, it's one shot and, a big delay after that. But when it comes to guns like Mini 14 and SKS, you can just deal a lot of damage, and even if you're missing shots, you can just make up for it really quickly and deal a lot of damage. And these guns they're actually really capable at this distance as compared to assault rifles, because of course, yeah, that's how they're made to be. But still, we can see X-Ray still going around with Galaxy Esports draw in. It's gonna take a bit of damage, but still it's not gonna be enough to really damage him a lot, and still gonna be going against Galaxy Esports. And Galaxy Esports, they don't really see, because they do seem like they want to get out of this area, right? They're a bit they're not really feeling comfortable being inside that small house and being monitored by X-Raid. So yeah, they just really want to take down at least one or two members off of X-Raid's team and just make their way out of there. And I don't think if X-Raid is gonna follow through with it, because two of X-Raid's teammates, they've already just fallen behind. Only Zibian and Drolin are gonna be the one keeping eyes on Galaxy Esports. That too is not gonna be for very long, because they are seeming to just go away, leave Galaxy Esports all alone, and just opting for a much safer game this time.
Yeah, just a smart move coming out from the team, right? Realizing where their positioning is, realizing what point of the game this is right now. And this is something that I keep talking about, and I've talked about it earlier as well, right? Using those engagements and using those eliminations as a means to a final end goal. The final end goal is, are you trying to get better positioning? Are you trying to make sure that you get into a circle, and this team right in front of you is just making it impossible for you to be able to do that? So these are all of the things that your engagements, your your frags, your eliminations should be a means to an end. And if you're not making that happen, then sure, you can take an engagement, and sure, you're still going to get 1 point from that elimination, but there's no guarantee that you end up surviving towards the end of that elimination. And if you just end up surviving for the sake of it, then that is just not nice. But Team HR, they are taking, I think, and Negative's Buzzet is knocked down once again, just like in the last game. He's the first player to be knocked out, and I'm not sure if he's in a position where Team Negative can revive him, but he is bleeding out right now, and he's losing HP very quickly.
Definitely Team Negatives going up against Hellraisers. These are the teams that we are coming up that are coming up from the semifinals, and there's the knockout coming in from Team Negatives as well. So a bit of damage taken by both of the teams. Each of them knocked out one player off each team, and now Team Negatives having their player revived is probably gonna give Hellraisers having their player revived is probably gonna give them a better spot against Team Negatives. And Team Negatives, once again with Buzzet still knocked out, is probably gonna be revived very soon as well. So both of the teams just kind of went against each other for a while, but it really didn't lead to anything for either of them. Just a bit of damage done, just a bit of knockouts coming in, a few healings wasted, but there's 52 coming into play, who is going to take out a Negative Pinkman. That's a fight going on there. 52 moving on to Negative, not letting them go. Buzzet, who was just revived, is going to be taken down once again. So Negative, with only 2 players alive, one of them knocked out and one of them completely finished off, are looking really in a bad spot, and Joker is going to finish off Negative. So that's 2 players down on Negative side. Negatives once again just left the 2 members on their team. Really not looking good. Some kills coming on to 69 as well. Well, 69 faced a knockdown from a team, and they're not looking in a really good spot either. But still, X-Ray just chilling around here. As we can see, they're not really fighting with anyone here, but they might just go inside. X-Ray having 3x right in front of their eyes. All of them are just looting. I'm not sure if they know about the positioning, but still 59 fighting with 2 teams at the same time. They were dealing with Negatives, and now we can see Hassan already firing shots. Hashtag is very bad his position. Hassan taking some shots from Tag as well. 2 of the teams in the adjacent houses. Tag, they probably do know about Hashtag as well. So this is once again forming to be a trifecta of 3 teams, and now we're going to see how this is going to play out with 52 already pressuring Negatives a lot. Negatives probably do have escaped from that area, but now we have these 3 teams stacked up against each other. X-Ray, having waited too long, are now in the blue zone, and they probably do have to escape very fast because the zone is actually doing damage a bit faster now, and we are moving towards the final stages of the game. And yeah, we're really seeing the circle is really small now. The area is all open. All the cover that you can really use is going to be from the ridges and the high grounds, of which Hellraisers are the masters of, and we're really going to see if they're able to take it through in this game as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Galaxy Esports are looking in the rough conditions they are in right now, but having lost 3 of their players, they are in a relatively bulkier vehicle while trying to
They
rotate
just
in.
lost their players to the zone, sadly.
Oh, that's pretty unfortunate, right? So I think that's just the thing with this map. You have to make sure that your rotations come in a timely manner if you do plan on using the blue zone. But right now, with how the engagements are happening, Leo has been knocked out by the zone as well, and the Nubix is knocked out at the moment as well. So 7 EQR, they are in an engagement at the moment, and Team Hellraiser is currently within this region. They have the entire region primarily to themselves, but there's a team rotating right in front of them, and they want nothing from Hellraisers at the moment. So the Team 3X just rotating out of there and making sure they survive. But Team 7 in QR and Hellraisers, the top 2 teams from the last game, one of them could be eliminated here right now.
Definitely Negative also fighting. And yeah, we have Hellraisers against Team 7EQR. Teams Negative Shahirs can be seen taking shots towards Tag, and that nade might do some damage. That's gonna follow through and barely misses. And a counter nade coming in from Sherry, and that's gonna be it for Shahir. He has been knocked down. So Pegasus being really close already in the quarters of Tag. They are very bad. There's the nade being cooked, and he knows he has to get out of there because the nade is going to come in anytime. He's also cooking a nade. Not sure if Tag knows about that nade being cooked into the hands of Pegasus or not, and they're actually following through the nade. They might just get exploded, but barely dodge. Tiz, Pegasus is going to jump out of the building, taking a lot of damage. Is going to give out a lot of damage as well for the players fighting with Pegasus, and he almost sees the players and almost takes him down through the window as well. But Cherry's just going to come out and take the final player, who is going to be Shahir, off of Team Negatives, and that's going to be it for Team Negatives. Interesting encounter to be seen from Shahir. It was well played. It was well sorted out and, well thought of. But obviously, if you're against 4 people, how much can you really handle? And that's really going to be it for Team Negatives.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Team Hellraisers and Team 7EQR, they are locked into an engagement at the moment. 7EQR occupying the upper floor, and Team Hellraisers just trying to figure out on how they can breach this this compound, and make their way towards the top floor as well. On the other hand, TMW, they're taking shots onto Pyro 24 OP, but Margal, he's in the blue zone, and I think he's just going to die because of the damage that is coming out from the blue zone. His teammate Kurama might not be able to revive him right now with how things are looking, and Team Hellraisers, they are still fighting. They've lost 2 of their members. Romeo looks like he's not long for this world either, but 7EQR, things do not look much better for them at the moment. Well, they do actually. It is Romeo, the last person alive, the lone warrior, the promised child, but he will not return. But rather, he's going to get eliminated, and Team Hellraisers getting eliminated at the 13th position, the 13th team to get eliminated from this game number 2.
Definitely, with Team Hellraisers being completely eliminated, they didn't get any elimination points as well, so they're going to be staying at 29 points for this game. Team Mid taking a lot of damage. TMW up against Pyro, they are really up close to the blue zone. They do have to make their way out, but they have to be very wary about Pyro, and as you can see, Kurama is going to take a lot of damage. He's down to 20% off health, and he barely escapes. But Pyro, knowing that they dealt a lot of damage, they're probably going to follow through. So T24 OP is going to be having a visual onto Shazil. Shazil not looking in a really good spot, and having lost all of his teammates as well, he's the only sole survivor. And you know what T24 does to the sole survivors? He does not let them go, and he's equipped with one of his favorite weapons, a lot of damage done. But yeah, that's going to be it for Team Myth 2, actually. So Team Myth has been eliminated. Team 69, after having killed Shazil, is going to be eliminated as well. A lot of damage coming in from Chodu, from 52 Esports as well. So a lot of action to be seen. Definitely the action has ramped up, and the circle is closing in as well. So all the teams have no real choice to just come out in the open, because hey, it's Miramar, right? All of you are exposed, and Joker is going to be trying to take shots on to 7 EQR as well, and a lot of action to be seen. All of the teams are just out there in the open to fight, and let's just see how all of this ends. And before I say that, Goku is just going to come inside and eliminate a team right away. So 8 teams left, and yeah, this is moving really fast.
Yeah, it is all moving really fast. And on the other hand, 24 OP, he's able to take out R3D's Bobby as well. So they just got 2 players knocked down right in front of him. Team R3D, they are down to only 2 squad members, because these 2 players will definitely get eliminated with how their positionings are at the moment. Team R3G, we're seeing Team RTG rather, we're seeing a great game coming out from them at the moment, where they're being dominated. Thug is able to take out Finisher. Sort of ironic that Thug was able to finish off the finisher himself, but 7EQR, they're able to secure 6 points from this game at the moment. While Thug, he can spot out more players. I think they were all right in front of him. And Psycho, he spots out the players from R2G as well. Thug, he's able to take out faster, and that should spell the elimination of another squad there.
Definitely, X Generation Thug having eyes on Drawlin. He's trying to get bullets onto him. Drawlin, while being damaged a lot, and yep, there it is. Actually, it wasn't really from Thug. It was X Generation of Shamir coming into play, who just took down Drawlin right there. So hey, it's always advantageous to have teammates like Shamir. And as we mentioned, these players, especially with the name of Shamir, don't really go easy on the players on the map. So Team 52 dealing a lot of damage to Tag as well. MVP Hassan MVP is going to be taken down. Pyro, RTG, all of these teams being right in front of each other. Thug really not stopping with his gun, and T24 OP is also going to come into play, take down Tag. Sherry and Tag Rice is also going to be taken down by 52's players. So Tag is dealing they're getting a lot of damage. They're being damaged constantly by two teams at the same time. And there it is, RTG coming into the play. Dreams OP with this amazing nades that we have seen in the games that we've had before. He's cooking one right now. There it is, perfect
Bounces
bounce.
it.
Might just take down, and yep, it does. Ash has been taken down. So yeah, that's one player knocked out, one alive, and Hacker's gonna be right behind
Oh.
them to take out both of them. So that is gonna be Team Red eliminated as well.
Did you see Dreams OP bouncing that nade off of the edge of the wall
Yep,
in
that
the
was
window?
amazing.
Yeah, to just get the perfect angle onto the player. And Goku, he takes out Pyros 24 OP as well. So just great eliminations coming out. Omar OP is able to take out Hunter as well. These teams are just looking right there in the crunch at the moment. R3 RTG, they have 4 members alive at the moment, and they seem to be the likelier team to end up winning this game. Joker's grenade lands on top of Goku and takes him out as well. Dreams OP, he's got nades in his hand right now, and he's making his dreams come true with those, with the sort of elimination that he's able to do. Top 5 fraggers, Pyro 24 OP, 6 eliminations coming out from this lad at the moment. We're down to only 4 teams, and this is the 6th circle closing in.
P24 OP is definitely an amazing player. But hey, looking at the teams that are left right now, we have only 4 teams remaining with only 9 players out there in the fields in this desert. And as we see from the forecast, X Generation do have the highest amount of win probability, but so does Road to Glory. Both of them having 33% of winning, 33% chances of winning winning this game. But we are really gonna see how these numbers are gonna follow up as the game just goes forward. So we have 52 Esports, Chodu taking fires, and yeah, he does a bit of damage, is gonna make himself safe again. That smoke really is proving to be useful to him, but RTG Umar is gonna be the one to take down hashtag Adi, and that's hashtag team hashtag out of the server right away. So Chodu cooking a nade, it's gonna almost go towards Hunter, gets blocked by the ridge. So Chodu, he is in a good position, honestly, but he's gonna really have to play around this position he's currently in, because there is the element of verticality and a lot of damage taken by Lost Boy, and he's gonna be knocked out by Chodu right away. Joker coming into play as well is gonna take down Omar there too. So Hitman, all the teams there aren't really in good positions, because 52, 2 teammates lost. XGen, one of them is lost, and now 2 of them are dead. None of the teams are in the prime spot that they can be. So we can see 3 of the teams currently fighting with each other. All the players are just really active right now. Chodu makes his way towards Hunter, and that nade is going to be the perfect nade to take down and knock out Chodu right away. And 52, looking at 52, Joker, he is going to have to make his way towards Chodu, but can he really when there are teams like that? And yep, Hunter is going to be the one to finish off Chodu right away. So a revive coming in from RTG Dreams OP. Dreams OP are looking in a better position, but Hunter is going to be right there behind his back, taking fires right onto him. 52 Joker is going to be spotting RTG right there as well, taking a lot of fire, but none of them are going to be taking any damage from it. So this has turned into a really interesting encounter between these 3 teams.
Yeah, RTG Dreams OP, final play coming out from him, trying to use that vehicle to get out of the blue zone, which is very interesting, but that did not work out for him. XGen Esports, they're down to 2 members. Hunter, he makes a very risky move, and Joker is able to punish that in a great manner. And now Team XGen, they are down to their last member as well. Joker is not really sure where the last member might be. He has to be very careful, and that is Shahmir. We know what this player is capable of, but Joker is not to be taken very lightly here as well. He takes out one of the players as well, and then Shahmir, with that UMP, it might be a bit difficult for him to take on Joker, especially at that longer range engagement where Shahmir's gun is inherently going to have an advantage. For the 2 teams, the 2 players, they're very close to each other. The final circle pushing in, it might force them to come out at each other. They don't have any utility. Joker throws his Molotov at Shahmir, and that Molotov might end up landing a bit closer to Shahmir. It doesn't. Joker throws his pan back in return, but that does not do anything. What that Molotov took someone out?
Yep,
Okay, I'm not sure.
Hunter out.
All right, he was already down at the moment, right? So just the game has come down to this. It's down to one engagement. It's Shahmir versus Joker. They're both down to their guns at the moment, and Joker, is he just taunting him right now?
Kind of. Oh, you gotta grab your pan again, buddy. But oh well, Shahir having the well, it's Shamir having the high ground against Joker right now. None of the players are really looking to take the fight. Joker is currently hidden behind a rock, and Shamir is just taking advantage of this position. It's really going to come down to the blue zone or the patience of these two players, how long they're going to be able to hold out, because Joker isn't really seeming very patient right now, although Shamir is. Joker is just moving around the rock, seeming a bit anxious, just moving around, trying to take the peaks, making full advantage of that third person POV that he has. But yeah, there's the blue zones finally coming in. It's definitely going to force Shamir out of that area. It's slowly creeping up towards Shamir's feet, and we're really going to see if Joker is going to be able to take full advantage of the timing that he is going to get. There is the window of opportunity coming in. Shamir probably is willing to take some of damage, but yeah, there he is out there. Joker's going to take some shots. Shamir also just, countering him right away, but the zone already has closed enough. Shamir really needs to make his way towards Joker. Both of the players have done a lot of damage to each other, and really going to see how this encounter comes into play. But I think, seeing as the players are reacting, it's probably going to go towards Joker's favor, but still, it is right in front of our eyes. Joker really making his way towards each other. We are really going to see how this ends, right, with our own eyes, even if we just saw the reactions of the players. And yeah, there it is, with Joker, and the chicken dinner is going to be going to 52 esports.
Yeah, 52 esports, to being able to edge it out towards the end of that game, winning that chicken dinner, winning that very important chicken dinner for themselves, and being the winners for that last game. I think Joker had a very great understanding, had a decent understanding of the fact that the blue zone was going to force the player against him into him. So that's why we saw all of the taunting coming out from him. That's why we saw him just throwing his pan in the air like he did not care, because he genuinely did not care towards that final circle. And so there's some style points going out to Joker for there, especially towards the end. We saw him just peeking, sort of using that shotgun to add insult to injury towards the end of that circle, and just winning that chicken dinner. So 52 esports, they had their word cut out for them, and let's not forget that was a 2v1 clutch coming out from Joker, where he was able to take out one of the players of XGen first. Not XGen, well, the team that was competing there, right? But something that you have to talk about right now is how those two players were really split up and how they were taking that engagement on. So Joker was able to clutch it out in a 2v1 to secure that chicken dinner for his team.
Definitely a bit of a humiliating play coming in from Joker, just really making a joke out of Shamir. But still, hey, he's gotta live up to his name, right? And that's what he did. And well, it was a bit unfortunate for Shamir being in that position, although it was advantageous in that sense that he had the high ground up against Joker. But the blue zone wasn't really in his favor, and it definitely pushed him out of position. And that's what Joker took full advantage of. And as soon as Shamir moved out of position, Shamir actually did a really good job in retaliating on the gunfire coming from Joker, as he just scoped right away, tried to neutralize those instant peaks coming in from Joker, but those weren't really enough to because obviously Joker had the better position in terms of the blue zone, and he didn't really have to change or reposition, but Shamir had to keep constantly moving, so he had to deal with two things at the same time. He was fighting the Joker and also repositioning himself. So that's two tasks at one hand. So yeah, it was definitely hard for Shamir and a lot easier for Joker, but you still cannot take away the fact that he got the chicken dinner for his team.
Yeah, so just great gameplay coming out from both of the teams, winning that chicken dinner. But we're going to come back after a brief break, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere, and you're here. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship Finals. It is day number one. With me is Holler, and I am your host, Azus. What an exciting two games we've already had. Holler, just the teams going at each other, and somewhat of a comedic finish coming out in the last game. Although there was nothing comedic about Joker's 2v1 that he pulled off to get his team the chicken dinner.
Definitely, and that final 1v1 was really interesting as well. Well, despite being the odds in his favor, he really pulled it out and yeah, got the chicken dinner for his teams. But yeah, we've had two really amazing games on Wrangle and Miramar, and now we're once again going to be moving on to Wrangle. But talking about that adaptability factor once again, that these teams are going to be once again on Nirvangle, and we're really going to be seeing these invited teams. And as you can see, Joker from 52 Esports, he's once again taken the chicken dinner. Hellraisers, they weren't really able to do that good in this game, and now we're really seeing the mettle of these teams that are invited into this tournament against the teams that qualified from the semifinals. So yeah, it's really showing from the very start, right? Because all the teams that were really remaining at the very end stages of the games were the teams that were invited. So yeah, we're really seeing them how they are stacking up against each other. But really, well, we do have three maps to watch and see these players play today, and we really see how it'll all go.
Yeah, and we do have the winner team focus at the moment 52 esports, total eliminations 12 for them. The damage coming out from them is 2.5k. Chotu with 3 eliminations, Hassan with 2 eliminations, Jalad with no elimination whatsoever. But then there's the mighty Joker. He has a very funny name, right? Joker. But there
He
were no
does, he
jokes.
does.
There were no jokes coming out from that man in that game.
Well,
7 eliminations.
there was one at the very end, but oh well. Yeah,
Yeah.
really good stats overall.
Yeah, 7 eliminations coming out from him. 1500 damage dealt. That was more than 50% of his entire team's damage. So this guy was just going crazy within that last game. Ahad, 7 eliminations, 1.5k damage. His total team had 2.5k damage. So that means that the rest of the the three members were only able to put up 1000 damage altogether. And this guy just single-handedly outshined everyone.
Definitely. I mean, Jalad could have been, would have been able to do a bit better, but hey, he was taken out at the very start, and oh well, that's not really his fault for dropping or moving into a not really safe position. But now we have the teams that we have to focus on, and it's going to be at number one, team 52 Esports at with 2.5k total. Lower, a lot lower than 52 esports, but a lot more throwables used. RTG with 1k damage done, good amount of throwable used as well, and then we have tag with the same 1k damage done and a good amount and a hefty amount of throwables used as well. Now we have in front of our eyes, as we saw in the previous game, Joker for 52 esports as the most valuable player. He's done 1500 damage, 373 meter long shot. That's almost as a distance you'd see in the MVP stats of the longest shots. And with that, he's going to be getting 8.35 MVP points, and his total contribution to the team is going to be around 60%, which is a lot. He just single-handedly carried his team to victory in the previous game that we just had.
Yeah, just great gameplay coming out from Joker. That is the performance of a winning team and a winning member on that team as well. Again, fine. The players to focus upon was Joker, with the amount of damage that he was able to deal, right, and then the amount of elimination that he was able to secure, and Zibian coming in with the highest amount of assist, going out to be 3. So I think it was just. The Joker show in that last game. He was just dominating from every possible angle that he could.
Yep. And now moving on to the overall statistics of the game that we just had, it's going to be 56 total eliminations, 7k healing done, a bit higher than the game that we had, the first game of the day. 57 total lockouts, 177 throwable used, not a lot, but still, hey, it's good enough since considering the map, it's Miramar. 1 airdrop looted, not a lot, only 1. Hey, Well, it's fine, right? That's the number that we're really used to when it comes to airdrops looted. 11 total headshots, 16 total rescues, and longest shot, that's pretty long, going to Shamir at 442 meters. Shamir was really outshining a lot of players throughout the whole game, and it really shows. Well, he wasn't really able to come up towards the MVP rankings, MVP stats, but hey, one of his stats just got into the MVP, so he should be happy about that. And good performance coming in from Shamir. And now we have the match leaderboard in front of us. Moving on to you, Azus.
At the number one position, we have no surprises to anyone. That is 52 Esports, winning that chicken dinner, securing 12 points from elimination, and getting a total of 27 points for themselves. X Generation coming in on a close second, sort of choking in the final moments of the game, where their members were not able to take on a 2v1, take out Joker. They got a total of 21 points. Team RTG on their road to glory, securing 17 points and at the third position. On the number fourth position is the Angry Gamers, securing 13 points. At number fifth is Pyro Esports with 12 points. Number six, Hashtag Esports with 8 points. Team 7 EQR with 7 points. And I think that's just what keeps on repeating for us here. I said that, and I think you keep on saying that as well. So with the exception of, I think, RTG Esports, Team Tag, Team Pyro, there are some of the teams that did make it towards the top of the rankings within this game. We're having the invitational teams really dominate the tournament so far. Where I think if they're not in the top three, if they don't have that first spot, right, so then you're going to see the second, third, fourth, fifth spot sort of slip away towards those invitational teams.
Definitely, the invitational teams are just going all out against these teams that are just that are coming in from the semifinals. But still, the damage, looking at the elimination to damage graph, we do have some teams such as RTG, Tag, Pyro. These teams are the one that move forward from the semifinals, although teams like HR and Team Negative, they're not really able to do much as of now because both of them are standing on 0 eliminations, but they did do a bit of damage at 700 and 400. So yeah, for now, we do have the invited teams dominated, and which we are now looking at. So we have 52 Esports at number one in the overall leaderboard with 39 points in totals and 23 elimination points. That is a lot compared to all the other teams that we have here. At number two, we have X Generation at 35 total points, 13 elimination points. Hellraisers moving down because hey, they got the chicken dinner, 14 eliminations, and in the previous game they did nothing. But still, they are at the third position with a total of 29 points. X-Rage Esports, 27 total points. Pyro Esports, 21. A Road to Glory, 18. Red Esports, 16 points at number 7. Tag at 14, because these positionings, they kind of don't matter really at this point, at this stage of the tournament, but they will start to do so when we move further inside the tournament. At number 9, we have Hashtag at total 8 points. Team Faulty Devils at number 8. 3x at number at 7 with 7 points. Myth Esports with only 5 points. TMW, which is an invited team and is currently in the really bottom half of the leaderboard, is going to be at number 13 at 4 points. But though I do expect to see more of them in the games that we have upcoming, and all the teams at the bottom are the teams that moved on from the semifinals. So the teams that were invited, as you mentioned, they are really, just gathering their spot at the top of the leaderboard, and they don't really seem like they want to let go of it as of now.
Yeah, and I don't think they are going to be letting go of that anytime soon. We have the team head-to-head at the moment. Team 52 Esports at the top with 2.2k damage dealt. X Generations coming in second on that graph, on that comparison. The total eliminations coming out from 52 Esports is 22, and then 13 coming out from the other team. So just 52 Esports are dominating the scene right now, with performances and players like Joker in the top of MVP, 11 eliminations, 2k damage. Chotu pretty close by, 7 eliminations, 1.3k damage. And then is T240 OP, a player that's been consistently performing very well across the tournament. 7 eliminations, 1.2k damage coming out from him. Shahmir at the 4th position, 6 elimination, 1k damage. And then it comes next at the 5th position with 6 eliminations, 900 damage. And then there's Finisher, 800 damage, faster, very close by with 800 damage done as well. Hunter, 4 elimination, 775 damage. Fofo, 5 eliminations, 738 damage coming out from him. And then there's Musa, 3 eliminations and 872 damage.
Yep, really good numbers coming in from all of these players. But now we have in front of our eyes the players that are head to head right now, which are going to be Joker and Chodu. Joker, with the amazing performance that we just saw in Miramar in the last game that we had, he is going to be standing at 2k damage done. And as compared to Chodu, it's going to be 1.3k damage done. When we come to eliminations, there isn't really a big difference, but there still is, which is going to be 11 elimination points for Joker and 7 for Chodu. Throwable use really equal as of now, 18 for Joker and 19 for Chodu. They're both really using their throwables in the games to provide them with a really good advantage. But now we are going to be seeing once again the matches that we have for today. The first game was on Erangel, which was won by Hellraisers, and the second was on Miramar, which is going to be the chicken dinner for 52 esports. And now we have for the day, the maps that we have for today are going to be Erangel, Sandhawk, and Erangel once again. So once again, Erangel is going to be repeated 2 times today. And we will really see how it'll all go for the teams. Though I am more looking forward towards Sandhawk because that's the map where we really see the changes in play style coming in and the change of pace coming into the game.
Yeah, Sandhawk has a very drastic change of pace as compared to the rest of the maps. Or when I say rest of the maps, I do mean Erangel and Miramar, but the comparison is still mute, right? A much more smaller map on Sandhawk. The pacing's pretty different. The teams end up playing very differently as well. So that is what we're expecting to see to come out on Sandhawk as well. The teams are going to be very careful about how they end up approaching the game and how the general idea of that they have when it comes to the game. So Erangel is going to be live in just a few moments, and we're going to head on over to the game, see what the players are up to. But I think we're expecting. We are expecting a change of pace to come out from all of the teams for them to somewhat adjust their play style in the sense that they played their first game, they understood the sort of engagements that ended up landing them in a lot of trouble, where things did not end up going the way that they expected them to. So we are going to see somewhat of a change up from the teams, hopefully, ideally, especially the teams that did not end up doing so well within the first map. We might see Team Hellraisers trying to dominate the map again. Team Negatives might end up making a comeback on Erangel again, one of their favorite maps, one of the maps that we've seen them really dominate. But when it comes to the last two games, we haven't really seen Team Negatives be a force to be messed with, right? They haven't been their dominant presence that we saw them being within the semifinals.
Definitely, I do have high hopes for Team Negative, who've proven to be really good on Erangel all around the semifinal. Though they have not really been able to put up a really good performance as of now in this final stage of the tournament, they just might be able to in the upcoming matches that we have today. So high hopes for Team Negatives as they have been proving to be really strong, or at least have proven to be really strong on Erangel. But there are some other teams to be taken note of as well, such as Hellraisers, who got the first chicken dinner on the Erangel that we had today, and then there are all the invited teams that are just dominating across the map, at least two maps that we've had today, and they're just really a league ahead of all the teams that have qualified from the semifinals. So we're really gonna see how this second iteration of Erangel is gonna go through between all these teams, and let's just see.
Yeah, we're going to see the action unfolding in just a little bit as soon as the plane trajectory goes live, as soon as we see the players landing. But speaking to the tune of the invited teams going up against the team that actually made their way through the semifinals, we currently see that I think it was only Team HR that was able to give the invited team some competition, right? Some respectful competition where they ended up actually winning game number 1. But saw the team falling a bit short when it came to game number 2, and that's just what ended up happening here within the last game. So it'll be interesting to see if Team HR are able to come back and reclaim their prize because Team HR is one of the stronger teams within the tournament. Doesn't really matter if they ended up coming to the semifinals or if they were invited. I think they were invited directly to the semifinals, if I'm not mistaken, not playing to that round of and not playing to that group stages where the rest of the teams did end up competing. So Team HR is definitely a very formidable force that cannot be ignored, that cannot be neglected. You have to be careful about Team HR. You have to see what a Team HR is sort of doing. But I think somewhat interesting gameplay coming out from Team HR within the last game as well on Miramar, where 7EQR was a team that ended up eliminating them, and we saw Team HR being the aggressors onto 7EQR's compound. 7EQR had that high ground positioning, and Team HR was trying to flush them out, but I think their grenades did not land perfectly onto 7EQR. 7EQR was just able to take the best of them. So we might end up seeing Team HR sort of adjusting their gameplay a little, where they're just not running willy-nilly around onto these other teams and just applying like a lot of pressure. They might end up being a bit more tactical about their engagements right now.
Definitely, they should look forward to doing that because, as you said, they were invited directly to the semifinals. So that definitely means that they are a team to be taken note of. And how they've been performing throughout the semifinals, especially, it was really I think they were still in the top three of the semifinals, or at least the top two team. So I think they ended up actually demoting Team Negatives and the very last a bit funny game that we had in the semifinals, and they actually demoted Team Negatives from the very first position and ended up the number one team in the semifinals. So yeah, as moving ahead as the first team to qualify from the semifinals and moving ahead to the finals, they definitely are a formidable force in this tournament. And how they've been, especially the first game that we had on Wrangle, they really showed what they're capable of with winning the game with 14 elimination points. That is a lot of eliminations considering you're up against teams like all the invited teams that we have today, and all the teams 52 esports, all of these teams just showing what they're made of. Even teams such as the likes of Team Negatives, they are faltering against them. They're not their way, their play style isn't exactly working, because we saw Team Negatives playing it out really safe, entering the action at the very peak of it, and just converting the whole situation into their own favor. That's just not working for them, because when they're probably what we saw in the previous games, Team Negatives, they were trying to be a bit more aggressive, and a lot of mistakes were seen from Buzzett's side because he was the first one to be always knocked down. But still, that's perhaps how Team Negative, because even in the semifinals we did see Buzzet just going inside the very first guy, and just like all the teams have one suicide mission guy, I think Buzzet is that one guy for Team Negative, and he's always the first one to go inside. But hey, that strategy isn't really working out for them anymore, because as soon as Buzzet gets taken down, all the rest of the Team Negative's players, Pinkman and all of those guys, they aren't really able to back up for him, because as soon as they enter that area of action as well, the teams that are the invited teams, because they are able to retaliate with that really well, and they just don't let Team Negative go out of their hands. So they really will have to change up their strategy if they really want to be reputed as the Wrangle Kings once again.
Yeah, just great analysis coming out there, Holler. I just really appreciate the sort of knowledge that you have for PUBG as well. So I think that's really appreciated by the community as well. But yeah, I think looking at what Team Negative has been able to do, I think that analogy for that suicide player that they have, and I think we saw another squad having that strategy as well, where they would have that lone warrior sort of going on about business and just trying to. I'm not sure what the strategy is with that player. Maybe that's somewhat of a player that you send a bit further out from your squad, just like something that Team HR was doing, and that player scouts things out for you. He's sort of the lookout, because. So you don't want an entire squad pulling up to a compound and getting ambushed, right? Where you're not sure if there's an entire team there or not. So I think that is the central idea with that strategy, where you have one player really further ahead of you, and the rest of the three squad members, they end up sticking together relatively well. So that squad member scouts for you. If he can get a kill in the process, why not? Why not let him go on about his engagements and try to get one or two kills while he's at it? But primarily, I think he is a scouter, and that is what his role is. So Buzzet will have to be careful, and he owes it to his team to be a bit more careful in those situations and not end up giving up his life and hurting his team phenomenally during the process. So let's see if we end up seeing those sort of adjustments coming out from Buzzet, if he understands the sort of position that he ends up leaving his team in once he ends up losing his life. Or maybe we're going to see Team Negative sort of change things up. Maybe they're going to become a bit more tactical about how they're approaching things, not end up taking the engagement that they are taking right now. Because I'm pretty sure there was a lot of momentum with Team Negatives coming in from the semifinals, right? Where they had those chicken dinners, where they won those 5 chicken dinners across 15 games, and they sort of understood that they were playing at a very, very high level. And now that they're coming up against different teams that are definitely not, I would say, just better than them, but they are at least at the same level, right? They are at the same level as them. So teams still have to be careful in how they end up taking these engagements. But talking about the rest of the teams, 52 Esports, they're clearly emerging out to be one of the favorites for this tournament as well, with how that they've been playing, with how dominant Joker has been. And I don't think that was just a one-time performance, one-off thing that we're going to see from Joker within the last game. I think Joker is going to try and make sure that he keeps giving up those consistent performances. And if you have one of your players playing really well and playing at the level that Joker is playing, then it becomes really hard for you to not win, right?
Yep, definitely. So players like Joker and all the other players that are performing really well as of now, because we've only had 2 matches and we don't have a lot of players, with those high damage numbers. And Joker just crossed the, I think, the 2K threshold already after getting the 1500 damage in the previous game. So I think a lot of players that have been performing really well will definitely be looking forward to at least maintaining their stats, and maintaining their consistency, or the players that are not been able to that have not been able to do very well, they will definitely try to improve it. But without any further ado, we do have the play and trajectory in place, and it is, once again, a 50-50, but it's moving towards from the left side of the map to the right. And we're going to be seeing a lot of teams already going towards the Georgia Pool areas. We might just see an actual hot drop coming on Georgia Pool, and we might just see a lot of fights go on at the very first, or the starting stages of the game. So this is going to be very interesting. But rest of the teams are going to be moving towards to the further sides, to the western side of the game, and a lot of them are actually going to be dropping already as well, going towards the school area. And one of the teams, I think, is going to be moving towards the quarry area as well.
Yeah, the teams, they are heading out to their respective drops, just going on towards the areas that they understand best, that they know how to really make work. And just generally in the initial parts of the game, the teams just, oh, okay, I'll just hold on to that thought for a moment, because looking at where the circle has transitioned towards, it has gone way on over towards that right area. And it's so I like the fact that Myth Esports has changed up their drop. I think they realizing that one of the teams within the semifinals, or one of the invited teams, really like to head on over towards the Lipovka area. So they've just given up on that. But that's resulted in them sharing very intimate space with Team RTG in those initial drops as well. So Myth will have to be careful. But yeah, talking about the circle again, circle's gone way towards that right area. So we can predict maybe the circle will end up closing on towards that Melta area, towards Farm, Yasna Polyana. Well, there are endless possibilities at the moment, but the teams will have to be careful, especially towards the circle, right? Because the teams that landed all way over towards the left area, towards the Georgia Pool areas, their rotations are going to be very difficult.
Definitely, and currently we have our eyes on Mervan Galaxy Esports. They have been playing really safe throughout, especially when we look at their games in the semifinals. But this time around, they have been taking really early engagements. In the first game that we had on Wrangle, they were able to get a few elimination points very early on, but they lost their entire squad because of that. And in the second game of Miramar as well, they were able to survive for a bit longer, but not for too long to get to the final stages of the game. So yeah, the Galaxy Esports, they definitely have been a bit more aggressive than they were at the very start. But for now, the pace of the game is pretty slow. And the thing is, the players, because we saw almost 2 to 3 teams drop towards the Georgiopol and Hospital area. And currently, Hospital is occupied by RTG, and Georgiopol is occupied by Team Myth. So the circle is about 2.5k meters away, or 2.5k kilometers away from them, and this is going to be a big amount of the distance for them to cover. So yeah, they are pretty far away, and they're going to be definitely going to be meeting a lot of resistances along their way. But now there's another team 52, that dropped towards the northern side of Georgiopol, and they are currently busy looting as well. So yeah, 3 teams really nearby: RTG, Myth, and Team 52. And yeah, these all of these teams are going to be moving towards the circle very soon, because yeah, it's going to be hitting them in 30 seconds or so. But yeah, that's it. And now we also have the the rankings that we just saw previously. But the fun fact is that Team 52 already is above 5.5k damage overall. So yeah, they're looking in a really good spot. So is Team XGen and HR. These are the top 3 teams that we have for now. But Team 52 looking really strong with a total of 30 eliminations and 5.5k damage done. That's probably considerably a lot, even as compared to the top 3 teams. So all these teams are looking really good, though the teams that qualified from the semifinals, they are pretty down below the leaderboards. So this is pretty much their time to shine now. They have to come back up and really show what these really show these invited teams what they're how they qualified, and there's a reason that they qualified.
Yeah, and it's not like that all of the teams that came through from the semifinals are down and out. Team HR, Team Pyro, Team RTG, they're and Team Tag even, they're making a really strong case for the teams that ended up coming down from the semifinals. But yeah, for the rest of the teams, some somewhat lackluster performances coming out from them. We do expect them to do a bit better, and we're hoping that they are able to improve their performances for the rest of the games. Talking about Team Hellraisers, right? They're at the third position, 19 elimination, 352 total damage seems to be a bug at the moment, right? I'm sure it is in the 4-digit range right now, and yeah. So and then it's 7 EQR, right? They look to be really dominant within the last few games as well. They're always making their way within the first 4 or 5 positions and just surviving, getting those placement points. So 7 EQR looks like a team that everyone will have to be on the lookout for.
Definitely, they have been fighting well. The team that they have been engaging with the most has been Galaxy Esports. So we're really going to see if that ends up happening again. But for now, we can see them around the Pochinki area, which around which there is nobody really around as well. And 2 of the players, they are getting in a car, maybe just having enough with Pochinki already, and just moving around, or maybe they just want to go around and loot some more houses as well. And now we have our eyes on Pyro Esports with a total of 400 damage done, 20 eliminations, rank 5. That's probably a bug as well, because hey, you have T24 U of OP in that team, and that guy doesn't go easy on anyone. He's just, honestly, I've been personally taking a liking to this player, because he is always so much damage is inflicted by these players in case of an engagement through team again between teams, that it's really crazy to even watch him play. He's just constantly dropping bullets and just filling up his enemies with ammo right away. And now we're seeing a fight finally coming in between X Generation and 69 Esports. There's one player knocked out of 69. Shazam doing a little 360, but that's not enough to make him safe. And yep, he is going to be knocked out by Shamir as well. But there's another team, Team Red, right behind their backs right away. Shamir is going to be the one to take them down. But yeah, a lot of damage taken by X Generation. 2 of the players already have been knocked down. It's all down to Hunter and Lost Boy, who are... Wait, he just got knocked out as well. So it's actually really down to Hunter. Wait, no, Lost Boy is alive as well. Sorry. But now we have 2 players knocked out, 2 of them alive. They're going to be coming back against the red team to, perhaps take back their teammate up and put another fight against Team Red. Hunter, is a bit far behind, but has a really good visual on Team Red though. Team
Oh.
Red finally rendezvousing with each other. They are really close, lost by already around his teammates. Their teammates are constantly losing HP. And yep, there is another player, well, from the side of Red. So Red has taken a lot of damage from them as well. So two of the players knocked. Anubis isn't really going to stop for them. And now it's almost a fair fight for both of the teams.
Yeah, and I think we saw shots coming out from Team Negatives as well. And I literally give them the name the opportunists, right? Because that is exactly what they are. Team Negative, whenever they smell blood in the air, whenever they smell blood in the water, that's when they show up. And they show up in numbers and they take those engagements. And that's just what they did right there. They saw the two teams fighting each other, and I think they were able to sneak in a kill or two right over there. So just placement points being secured from them. And Team X Gen Esports, a great recovery coming out from this team as well. X Generation, that they were able to, they had two of their teammates downed and out, right? But they were able to turn the situation around, make sure that all of their players ended up surviving from that area and just making their way within the finals, within the next subsequent and consequential circle as well. So X Generation Hunter, he just spotting players out, trying to make sure that he can get an angle on someone. And then we have the next circle as well. And then as you can see, it has a lot of area from Novro within it as well. So I'm just looking to see if any of the teams decide to head on over towards the military base island and sort of wager that the circle is going to close out on that area. Because if they end up making that wager, and although it looks extremely risky at the moment, but I'm not sure if that is more risky or heading on over towards that mainland, towards the northern island, where there are just so many teams gathered here at the moment.
Yep, we are already seeing a fight between Pyro and Negatives. A lot of damage taken by both of the teams. Hunter has been completely taken out as well. Tokasaur is still being inside the house. Is going to have to fight out Pegasus. That Molotov could have done a lot of damage, but Pegasus just escaping in the nick of time. He has repositioned really quickly, but Tokasaur with the HP advantage there is going to be taken down by Pyro T24 OP, coming right into the game at the very right moment and winning it all for his team. So Pyro, not really in a good position. They did lose one of their players, but that's enough, and that's good because they were able to take down the so-called king of Erangel team Negatives. And as we saw on the radar, a lot of teams are moving back to mainland because HR, they love to drop around the Novo area, but now we just saw them cross the bridge and moving towards the main island. But they are going to be met with a few or at least a bit of resistance coming in from the players or the team that are present already right beside the bridge. Currently, we are looking at Tag Hassan, who does seem to have an idea, but he's kind of separated from his team, isn't he? So, well, that's fair enough. There's no one really beside him, Tag Sherry, and there's his team. The cavalry has finally arrived, as you say, Azus, and they do have hashtag close to them, and hashtag Sam once again separated from his team. I don't really like when these players are just really all alone, right? They do have the opportunity of finding a lot of players from flank or information gathering, but while you're alone, it's really risky. Tag once again, Tag Sherry being a bit aggressive, being really far out from his team, but is gonna get some information. There are some fires, there are some shot fires from 3K Esports. There it is, Miracle trying to take some shots. Obviously, a lot of damage done to hashtag, and Miracle is gonna take a lot of damage, but that's what he's gonna give in return. A vehicle exploded and two of hashtag players knocked out. So that is a lot of damage done to hashtag by 3K.
Yeah, and if you're looking for miracles, I think it is Christmas, so it's the perfect time to be expecting any miracles to pop up. But right now, T24 OP, he sees that he sees Team HR is right in front of him, and he's not afraid to take some shots at the lads. Especially if you look at the damage coming out from this player, man, 10 eliminations, 1.7k damage, just a lot of survival time, and there we see the master at work right there. Well, I think all of the players that are leaning over, I just recommend that your lower backs are going to be messed up within a few years. I
was actually going to ask that. Like, hey, look, even if that looks so cozy and you're so comfortable in that venue, is that like the position you're playing in? Is it really good for your health? Because I don't think so.
No, so that will spell disaster for your lower back, especially when you end up growing. Like a few years down the line. Because I remember having a friend. He used to use a laptop like that, and now he's just insufferable when it comes to his physical health. But yeah, guys, make sure that you have great posture when you're playing these games because your health really matters. And look at it this way, right? The healthier you are, the more frags you can get. So right now, I can't believe I have to sell being healthy on a stream like this. But yeah, looking at the members from Team Tag, they are rotating over relatively well. They are within the circle, and post that 13-minute mark, I'm pretty sure they are going to be much more comfortable in their standings. Sherry, again, seems to be the player who is ahead of. There are just grenades flying over everywhere.
Definitely, and we can see a fight coming in from 52
Whoa.
as well, and they just eliminated 69 esports out of the server. Hassan did take a lot of
Was that
damage, but
Hard
he's gonna
3D?
heal him. Are going to set themselves up for the battle that is yet to come, and they're probably going to move in towards Myth's area. So that smoke grenade is definitely going to, spells or spread some misinformation to Myth players. But look at how composed Red Esports players are right now. They aren't really making any hasty moves, and they probably are planning to go together
Ooh.
at the same time. But there it is, 7
You just had to
EQX
say
coming
it,
into
didn't you,
play,
Ahmed?
and yeah, there it is. Anubis is going to get his head taken off, or at least his helmet taken off by one of 70 AQX players. And yeah, that's one player. The revive is probably going to come in, but yeah, it's down to a 2v2 between Red Esports and Myth. But on the other side, on the eastern side of on the eastern side of all these players, there it is, present 7EQX ready to take both of these teams down. Whatever the outcome might be, even if it's Myth Esports going out of that area, or if it's Red Esports, they're gonna have to deal with X-Rage the moment they leave this area.
Yeah, and that is just not going to be a fun experience for both of these teams, especially when they're both down to 2 members each. So Team X-Ray should just have a very nice field day here. Might be a nice shooting gallery for them, especially when these teams do not have the appropriate vehicles that they need, the vehicular transportation that needs to come out for them to be able to make those rotations out for themselves. On the other hand, X Generation, Shahir, this team's already in a very nice area within the shelter where they can sort of use the tunnels and use those underground areas to be able to rotate out. But right now, Team R3D, I think they're trying to create some distance between themselves and Myth Esports. I say that, but Anubis just rushes over to the compound next to them because there is a vehicle, and then he is cooking that grenade. That grenade could be thrown right on top of Myth Joke, but Myth Joke has a grenade of his own, and he throws it, but that does not end up landing. Musa has also got another grenade in his hand. Will that be able to do anything?
Yep, X-Rage, as they were fighting or at least looking out from Myth and Red Esports, they are now currently engaged with X Generation, and Shamir is currently throwing a lot of nades. How is he able to throw nades that far? I guess that's just some muscle training coming into play, but well, he's gonna he's gonna have to go back and, maybe move a bit closer towards his teammates because X-Rage is just going to constantly keep moving towards them. Musa already behind the backs of Myth players. Myth Levi, can you really hold these two aggressive players back and save your teammate? Can you do it? We'll yet to see. We are yet to see. Anubis is probably going to jump out of that building. That could have been the best case, the best thing that he could have done in that moment. But oh well, Levi tries to come out, but he knows two of the players are already there. 2v1, and yeah, that's really going to be it for Myth. And as Levi gets eliminated, it's really going to be it for Myth Esports. And once again, they have been eliminated out of the server with 5 total points. No real elimination points gathered. But oh well, look at here at Galaxy Esports. They're currently engaged with RTG right now. A lot of damage taken by Kira. Swanky coming into play as well. Kira is trying to heal himself up, but Hitman and Umar already on his side. Dreams OP is probably going to come inside as well, moving really slowly, scouting around the area. You can never be too cautious, but still, Galaxy Esports, they're definitely looking in some trouble right now.
Yeah, things really don't seem to be very favorable for Galaxy Esports, especially with the way things are going on at the moment. Team RTG, they seem to be in a much better spot with all four of their members up, and Hitman, he might end up living up to his name and making quick work of Honesty, especially with the blue zone, the way it's pushing in. He was able to spot out that player, and I think that he should be able to eliminate him in just a short while. On the other hand, Dion surviving for just a little bit. Python X taking out Tucosaurus, and Fadi, he's just trying to catch players out, trying to get a better angle on them. Freestyler is now rushing in, and he is going to try to make quick work, but that's not going to happen. Team TFD, things are not as easy as it seems. Pyro Esports, they've got a lot of players knocked down at the moment, and I think they could all they could all end up getting eliminated here, and that's exactly what happens. Pyro 24 OP was the last member alive. Freestyler taking them out, and that will spell the end of Pyro Esports on game number 3.
Definitely, Pyro Esports, having taken 4 elimination points for themselves, are finally gonna be taken out of the server. Miracle dropping a lot of damage onto HR, and HR Next is gonna be taken down. Fofo being knocked down as well by Drawl, and 7X, they are doing a lot of damage. X-Rage, they're doing a lot of damage to Hellraisers. Hellraisers not looking really good once again, with 2 players already being dead and only 2 alive. 3X here as well. Cairo is knocked out. As soon as he get revived though, won't his head just pop out of the window and he might just get shot again? But that is fine. They're going to be able to, or at least they're willing to take the risk. The circle, it has been shortened considerably. We are having the entire shelter area. So if, depending on how the circle is, we aren't really getting any caves around there, but if it were to be near to the caves, I think it'd be really interesting to see how the fights inside these caves and outside these caves go, because as fast as you can gain access to all the entrances to the caves, it really improves your chances of actually winning. But we are seeing a lot of damage taken by Rice as well, and that's, well, he's not really gonna fall back as of now, considering, I mean, it should be your first instinct, right, to just move back as soon as you're taking damage. But hey, he's not the kind of guy to do it, and now we have the circle closing in once again, and it's really getting short. And Ash, he has eyes on RTG. A lot of damage done. Hacker is going to be taken down. There he is. Ash is going to be the one to knock down Hacker right away. 12 teams left, 36 players remaining. This is turning really interesting with so many teams alive in such a small circle.
Yeah, it's becoming a very small circle right now, because it's the 5th circle closing in. RTG Hitman is able to take out Hashtag Aqua OG, and with 12 teams still remaining at the moment, RTG Hitman getting eliminated, and I just said 12 and Aqua, I think they get eliminated right now as well. TF Fadi, he is fallen play to the blue zone, and Rice takes out Shahamir from X Generation Esports MVP. He's also able to take out Romeo, and that will spell the end for Team RTG. Team RTG, they have been eliminated, and so has Team HR at the 11th position right now. And Joker, we need to see more of Joker, because this player just goes ham whenever he is on the server, just trying to get more eliminations coming out from him. Joker, he's shooting onto Goku, was able to get a very nice angle on him and cause a lot of damage. And Joker, Goku,
Nope, it's not happening.
Yeah,
Nada. Goku is in a really good cover.
Yeah, Goku generally isn't usually a name that you associate with cover, but then you don't really see Goku in PUBG either, right? But yeah, so Jalad, on the other hand, has taken out another member, Galaxy Marwan. He gets taken out, and Anubis, he just sticks his head out a little too much.
Definitely, Musa trying to fight off 3 players off of Galaxy Esports right there. Oh, damage to done one a lot. Sam is going to be there as well, but Swanky, oh my lords, Musa. What is that? 3 players on the same time. You are taking down all of them. Joker can be seen once again, as you called. Kara has been taken down. Joker, moving forward, we need to see more of this guy. We need to see him do more damage. Jalat and Chodu are going to be taken down. They're getting completely ambushed by the players, and this is not looking good. But I'm just casting out of the predictor. What the screen is that in the venue? And yeah, even from that screen, it's not looking good for 52 Esports right there. Joker has been taken down. It's only, I think, down to one of the players that is alive on 52 Esports, which is not good for them. And the rest of the teams, Attack Esports, can be seen inside the caves, but I feel like the circle is just completely outside the cave, so I think they might have to move out of it a little bit, or maybe not. We'll see. But Rice is currently taking a lot of damage. Well, once again, not a lot to just move him out of the way. He's still gonna maintain his position. He's been here around for the previous 4 to 5 minutes, and he is still not looking to move out because hey, as long as is in the safe zone, there is no real reason for him to move out. Goku finally probably rendezvousing with his team as well. But would you look at that? The team that is on the #1 position in the overall rankings has been finally eliminated. Right, Tag is going to take a lot of damage. Rice finally getting punished for holding on to that position for too long, but it's fine because Goku is going to be coming and backing up with him with a revive as well. So all of the teams are just up against each other. A lot of eliminations and team eliminations even coming in. Miracle has spotted Musa, but Musa just prones down at the very right time to make himself safe. And yeah, look at how the teams are situated. They're almost all together. Only one team is adjacent to the other team, and all of them are just together right now. So it's going to be a fight, real close quarter fight that we're going to see anytime.
Yeah, and Miracle's got a great positioning for himself right there, right, where he can just use the rock formation in front of him as cover, and also be aggressive whenever he wants to and stick his head out from the top. Where Rice, he sees an entire squad right in front of him trying to rotate out Miracle. He's on very low HP right now, but Team R3D, luckily for him, do not want to engage because they are no longer for this server at the moment. Getting eliminated at the 6th spot is Team RPG. Rice. Right in front of him is Team X Generation. They've got 3 players as well, and they've got a similar rock formation to work with. Team Angry Gamers, they have to be careful on how they end up engaging this. They do not want to lose a member because they are in a great position to be able to win this game. They have 4 members alive right now. Team 3K, or is that 3X? I'll call it 3X, has 4 members alive right now. Miracle takes a lot of damage from Goku, but Goku, not realizing that he was able to deal that damage, stops shooting at him and is not able to take that elimination. This next circle is going to spell disaster for a few teams, and we're going to see where it ends up going. Does it end up favoring one of the teams that already have that shelter position, or does it end up going away from them? And that is exactly what happens. The circle takes more of a neutral trajectory where it is right in the middle. We could end up seeing some of the teams opting to play the underground area within the shelter, because I feel like the circle is still within that area as well. So, and I think that is exactly what Team X Generation is opting to do here.
Definitely, and Team Tag seem to be doing the same as well, as they already have control of the shelter area. One of the TMW's players already, it's inside shelter, although a bit more underground as compared to X Generation players, but he is hiding there. And this is the sole warrior alive on TMW, and it's going to be really interesting to see if he actually ends up making a lot of impact on these teams. But hey, good cautious plays coming in from Hunter. He's being really careful for what is inside there, right? And as you know, TMW's players already inside one of the team is actually inside the blue zone, which is going to be Tag. They already have to move inside, but I did remember seeing them inside the circle, but I guess they're not anymore because that part of the shelter is inside the blue zone. Miracle is going to make full use of how Team Tag was moving outside the circle. Sherry has been knocked out and has been dealt a lot of damage too. So probably going to be finished off as well. And yeah, this is really seemingly the end of Team Tag, as a lot of players from them are knocked out and almost finished off, with only Hassan being the one that is alive. He's pretty behind his teammates, but he might just be able to bring it back up for themselves. And Goku just died because of an explosion as well. Well, he was knocked out. So yeah, that's really it. Only one player remaining on Tag and TMW, while 3X with 4 of their teammates alive, and XGen and 7 EQR with both having 3. The teams are in really good positions, and that the drone view that we had really just showed how these teams are situated right now on this small area that we have right now. So I mean, I think, as you mentioned, Azuz, going underground in the shelter area would have been a good idea for these teams as well to move forward, but I guess they just want to end it out and not really want to take the risk if the circle doesn't favor them when they're inside the shelter, because that's exactly what happened to Tag as well. They were inside the shelter, but the circle just forced them to move out, and they just died in the process.
Yeah, but we do have players alive with Tag, where there's just one player alive at the moment, and I think Team X Generation has opted for that strategy to play the circle from below ground, right, from that tunnel area. So I think we're going to have one of those very interesting circles closing in, where we're going to have 4 players or 3 players right above and below each other. So they're going to try to survive. So I think it's a very smart call coming out from X generation, because wherever the next circle ends up forming, it is going to have that underground shelter area for them. So while the rest of these teams, Team 3X, 7EQR, and Tag try to fight, and TMW as well, right? Fight try to fight it out towards the bitter end with each other. Team X generation does not have to worry about that, because they are the only team that is underground at the moment. We're right now talking about Team 3X. They are pushing on to 7EQR.
Ooh.
So he has a player within the smoke. He does not realize this, and he gets taken out by the shotgun. But now he's been able to relay that information onto his team. 7 Ash takes out one player, but then as soon as he tries to rotate in, he gets taken out by Trollin as well. Now it's all on Motu. He's got 2 players knocked out. One has been eliminated. What can Motu do here? Can he carry it out for his team? Can he get the chicken? Well, the chicken dinner is a bit further away, but right now he just wants to be able to survive, to be able to get a few eliminations for his team, but opting to go for that survival. That's a smart strategy coming out from him, because the 7 EQR players Drawlin is not close to any of his team members, and he cannot get that revival. Takes off a lot of shots onto Drawlin, spots him out now, catches him as he tries to rotate, and that Molotov should spell the end for Team 7 EQR, and that is exactly what happens. Trollin has to come out of his little hidey hole over there. Team 3X, 2 players surviving right now, and XGen is just down to their last member, but they're already within the blue zone, and I think that will spell the end for Team XGen as well, and this chicken dinner will probably end up going Team 3X's way.
Yeah, I think it's very well deserved. And something I noticed in Modu's playstyle, I think his playstyle is much more swift and consistent as compared to other players, or at least I've been noticing so far. The way he throws his smoke, the way he moves, his jump peaks, everything combined is just more swift than almost every other players that we've seen. And yeah, it really probably came into play just now as we saw him go towards Cairo and give him a revive, and right after the revive comes in, he just takes on to Drawlin right away as well, takes him down.
Yo,
And that's gonna be really it.
I think this is coming down to a heel battle between these 2 teams. So since we do have X Generation's Thug, right? He's underground, and the rest of the 2 players, they are above ground. So if Thug has more first aid kits and he plays this perfectly, like he can get the perfect center of this final blue zone or the play area, right? So he could theoretically out survive the rest of the 2 players.
There is no
But
way this happens.
yeah, I think it would be
There,
really interesting if that happens, but it doesn't look like it, because I think his positioning is not, like, he's not close to the perfect center of the blue zone. But yeah, as you can see, okay, he makes his way over
yeah,
there.
yeah, he can get there. Okay, this is gonna be really interesting. The circle is gonna close down. So wouldn't 2 players being alive make a difference? Because hey, they can. I think Cairo can just sacrifice himself and give all of his healings to Modu.
I think he's done that already. Yeah,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
has
yeah.
already
Yeah,
done
this
that.
is gonna
He
be
has no first aid
really
kits now.
interesting.
If we can switch over to Motu, yeah. Okay, so Thug has 7 first aid kits.
7.
I'm just interested to see what Motu's dealing with right now. He should definitely have more than 7, because he did end up looting a lot of the players towards the
Yep.
end as well.
There it
But
is,
we need a
closing in.
confirmation.
Oh boy,
Come on, show us Motu.
show us Modu. We need to know how many first aids he has. I mean, hey, Cairo has 5 bandages as well. That should help a bit.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to help with much.
Yep.
And there it is. Oh, that was so smart from Thug.
Hey.
He can do that.
Okay.
All right, so he made sure that he stepped out of the blue zone for just a millisecond. So to take one take off of his HP and then apply. Oh my God, that legit
Amazing, amazing,
dude.
amazing,
That legit
amazing. That is
actually
amazing.
won him that chicken dinner. That one single play, that was such a
Oh,
200 IQ move coming out from Thug. So what happened there, right? Thug had a med kit and then 7 first aid kits, right? So he knew the amount of time that it would take for him to apply the first aids, right? Will
yep.
result in him dying. So he couldn't even get So he couldn't even get that first aid kit off. So what he did was he made his way into outside into the blue zone, took one tick of damage, exactly one tick. So that removed enough HP that he could start the med kit procedure. He starts the med kit off, makes his way back into the safe zone, and now he's in the safe zone applying his medkit, and that just gives him enough time to pull the medkit off. He goes to full HP, and since the player above him didn't have the foresight to do that, and I don't know who would, right? Who would in the world? But he was sort
Would
of lucky that he had a medkit as well. But like, who would have the foresight to do that? And he did, and he actually won the game off the top. That was just
this is amazing.
so
This is
cool.
amazing. This is the stuff I crave for when I when I just cast games like this, and this is the stuff I look for. And such an amazing play coming in from Thug. And as you said, it was really 200 IQ for him. I am pretty sure that Modu didn't see that coming.
Motu definitely did not see that coming, especially owing to the fact that the player was right below him underground. But on top of that, like I think that was just such a foresight play coming out from Thug. It just had me all riled up and excited to be analyzing that. And I think obviously it does boil down to the fact that Thug did have a med kit and Motu did not. I'm pretty sure if Motu had a medkit, he might have done something similar. But yeah, guys, that was a very exciting third game coming out for Erangel. We're going to come back with the rest of the two games for the evening as well. So make sure don't leave us. We're going on a quick break. We'll be right back. Hello, guys. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship Finals. This is Azus, and with me is I am Holler. We're so excited to be casting these games, to be hosting you guys here within the stream, within the tournament. And what exciting three games we've already had. These teams are competing at an extremely amazing level. And Holler, what was that crazy play we just saw coming out within the last game?
Tug with just a 200 IQ play coming in, and the team they probably were really happy about that. They're hey, we just cleared off all the teams in this whole area, and yeah, we're probably gonna be winning this. And there it is. You just and just Tug just comes in with that 200 IQ play and just gets the chicken dinner for himself. And of course, the 15 point. I think the point difference isn't really still that big, considering they still got the elimination points. Although on the other hand, Thug from TNW, I think, wasn't really, or X Duration, wasn't really able to get a lot of points for himself, but still Chicken Dinner 15 points, and that definitely is a worthy play. And I think that play is gonna, it's really gonna get engraved into our memories for a very long time.
Yeah, it really is. I don't think it's possible to get away from that play, right? With the sort of level that these teams are competing on, and especially the fact that that one moment within that entire game was the difference between getting 15 points by winning the chicken dinner and getting only 12 points from the placement has to be heartbreaking for Motu as well, right? Because well, not exactly heartbreaking, but at least a little. I guess
Disappointing, I guess.
disappointing. Yeah, that would be the nicer, not as harder word that I was looking for. But yeah, I mean, like you played it perfectly well. You were the team that survived. It was your team that was on the higher ground. It was your team that battled it out towards the bitter end with the rest of the teams, but you just did not end up getting that chicken dinner. But that's just the thing, right? Even if you end up doing everything correctly down to the final action that you were performing, right, it doesn't guarantee you a chicken dinner. But yeah, right now we do have the focus coming out. Team X Generations, Thug, the three eliminations, 191 damage, and Shamir, zero eliminations but 607 damage, 316 damage. But again, I think this statistic doesn't really record the genius that Thug exhibited in that game.
It definitely doesn't, because that play we saw coming in from Thug was just miraculous. And yeah, these only three eliminations and 200 damage. Who would expect that this guy just got a chicken dinner by making out the 200 IQ play, which I don't really need to repeat because you all saw it happening live. But yes, all of these players, X Generation, they you can see it was zero elimination, one elimination, like a total of four eliminations and 1.3k damage done. These guys really, got that team negative kind of win. And yeah, it's really impressive coming in from them with just getting a chicken dinner with just four eliminations. Although the last team that was alive is also going to get a lot of points because of the eliminations that they got, which we are now looking at now. Uh, Number one, we have 3x at 2.5k damage done, 29 and 15, good amount of throwable use as well. Total damage of Xen is going to be 1.3k, who are at number two's position. At number three, we have 7EQR X Rage at 1.8k damage done. And in the final position, we have Team Red at 1.3k damage done as well. A lot of them, all of these teams have been using a good amount of throwables. With Xgen, faltering a bit, but considering the entirety of their team just died at the very start, it's still a really good number. And the way Thug won the chicken dinner for his team at the end was really different. He didn't really need to use any throwables, so that really explains the number of throwables used. But yeah, these are the top four teams to focus on as of now after the final match three we've had.
Yeah, and how and the way that things have been going on for them, especially Ash, right? From 3x Esports, we have to look at the most valuable player. 138 damage being dealt from him. Team contribution, 50% team contribution coming out from this player alone. 7 eliminations and 6.43 MVP points. 315 meters was the longest elimination distance coming out from Ash as well. So just and appropriately, I would say, awarded MVP player position coming out from Ash as well. But yeah, the way the teams are playing right now, the way that all of 3X has now shown why they're such a formidable opponent, why they're a team that can never be ignored. And if you look at the players to focus upon, Ash is really up there, having dealt 1,038 damage, 7 total eliminations coming out from him, and then Motu, on the other hand, only 5 total assists coming out from him, but not to take away from his stellar performance, surviving as the last member towards the end of that circle and just making sure that he can make sure that he deals the maximum amount of damage that he is able to and then contribute towards his team. But just being a bit unfortunate towards that final circle, I think if he had a med kit as well, maybe things would have been a bit different, but that unfortunately did not end up happening.
Definitely moving on to the overall statistics of the game that we just had. We've had 56 total eliminations, 7k healing done, 65 total knockouts, 284 throwables used, 5 airdrops looted, 10 total headshots, 23 total rescues, and draw lane coming in with the longest elimination shot at 334. The healing number, it's really good, well, considering it's a wrangle that we just saw, and especially that it came down to a healing battle. It could have been above 10k, but hey, 7k is not that bad either. The throwables used are average, the ones you really see happening on a wrangle, and actually the number that has been increasingly, that has been increasing as compared to the semifinals that we had is the airdrops looted, definitely. We used to see 1 or 2 airdrops looted, but now we are seeing at least 4 or 5.
Yeah, and I think that really goes to show that the teams are playing a bit more aggressively now, where they're not shying away from those airdrops, right? But yeah, looking at the team statistics, or sorry, at the match leaderboards from game number 3, we have 3X Esports securing the first position, getting 26 total points from that game. Team X Generation coming in at a close second. Not a lot of eliminations from this team, I might add. 19 points secured, although they were able to get the 15 points from the chicken dinner. But as it turned out, 3X Esports had quite a game with 14 kills that they were able to secure. 7 EQR coming in at the third position with 16 total points secured. And then at the fourth position is R3D Esports, where they were able to secure 11 total points. Fifth position is TMW with 1052 Esports, not performing as the way that we were expecting them to in game number 3, securing 10 points. And number 7 was the Angry Gamers, and then we had teams below that. But I'd say that if you're below that top 5, top 7, especially within the finals, you're sort of irrelevant to the conversation that we're trying to have here for the best team from PUBG Mobile National Championship. Well, actually, if you're below that first position, I'd rather say you're a bit irrelevant to the entire conversation. But let's not be too harsh on these teams for now.
Definitely moving on to the eliminations and damage graph. We have Team 3X at the top with 14 eliminations, 2.5k damage done. Then we have X Generation with 4 eliminations and 1.3k damage done. 7 EQR, 8 eliminations, 1.8k damage done, almost 1.9k. Red Esports with 7 eliminations and 1.3k damage, 8 eliminations for 52 esports and 1.4k damage for them as well. TMW with 0 eliminations, and the rest of the teams are now following. Looking at the overall leaderboards, we now have X Generation at the top with 54 total points, 52 esports with 49 total points at the second position. Third position, 7 EQR, X-Ray Esports, they are now having 43 points under their belt. 3X Esports at fourth with 33, Hellraisers at fifth, constantly losing their position at 31, Red Esports at sixth position with 27 points. Pyro Esports are going to be at number 7th as well with 25 points, and the Angry Gamers are going to be at number 8 at 22 points. Moving on, we have on the other side of the scoreboard or leaderboard, we're going to be having Road to Glory at 9, 20 points, TMW 14 points at 10th, Team Faulty Devils with 13 points and 11th position. Hashtag Esports 12th position, 9 points. Team Negatives 13th position and 6 points. Myth Esports 14th position, 5 points. Galaxy Esports 4 points and 15th position. 69 Esports at the bottom at 16th position and 2 points only.
Yeah, 69 Esports, Ahad, I do not think that they're performing at the sort of level that we really expect this team to perform at, right? They especially after their performances within the semifinals, we expected this team to sort of go off at least in one or two games where they get those really aggressive eliminations, where they get those 16, 17 points accumulated over the course of just, eliminations. But that this does not seem to be an outcome that we're getting from 69 esports at the moment, where the rest of the teams are able to outshine this team by quite a huge margin, I would say. And Team X Generation, they've been doing really well right now. A chicken dinner for them. 52 esports, they were able to secure a chicken dinner, and Team Hellraisers, they've been able to get a chicken dinner as well. So Team X Generation seems to be the opponent that all of these teams have to be careful about, because they have sort of created a discrepancy in points between them and all of the other teams, especially with 52 esports. Sure, they're not that far ahead right now. It's just 5 or 6 points at the moment, but we could end up seeing that gap widen over the course of the next few games, especially at the end of the day. It'll be very careful to see where are the teams right now. But yeah, heading on over towards the top teams head to head right now. Team X Generation, they are at an average damage dealt of 1293, whereas 52 esports has 2005. Total eliminations coming out from X Generations are 17 right now, whereas 52 esports have only been able to, well, I say that as if that's a bad thing, but they've gotten 31 eliminations. That is almost as double as what X Generation has been able to secure. And when it comes to the time spent within the blue zone, I would say that this isn't a number or a statistic that is exactly reflective of who the better team is, but actually more about how the teams are sort of going on about their strategies.
Yep, moving on to the race for overall MVP. Interesting title, in which we're going to see Joker still maintaining his position on number one with 12 eliminations, 2.3k damage. Choru at number two at 10 eliminations, 1.9k damage. Then there's going to be Finisher at number three at 10 eliminations, fifth 1.5k damage done. T24 OP, the player that I like, is going to be at number fourth for now. 9 eliminations and 1.5, exactly 1.5k damage done. Shamir at fifth with 6 eliminations and 1.6k damage. Musa sixth, seven eliminations and 1.5k damage done as well. Consistency in damage numbers as of now. Miracle is going to be at seventh position with seven elimination at 1.3k damage, and the players are ahead are following. So now we're going to be moving on to the players that are currently head to head, as we just saw are going to be Joker and Choru. Joker has a lot more higher damage. Well, not really, but still that is a bit of a difference. 2.3k total damage, almost 2.4k, with Choru having only 1.9k. Eliminations are going to be 12 to 10, really close, only a difference of 2. And throwables are somewhat close as well, with a difference of only 7 numbers.
But yeah, Chotu giving him a lot of competition there, right? Especially leading the chart when it came to those eliminations there. Talking about the maps and the rest of the number one, well, it sort of feels like it's been a really long day. Although the games aren't really reflecting that. We've only had 3 games being played, but I guess it's just all the adrenaline that's in the air. It's all the excitement that we've had here, and all that excitement is going to go onto Sandhawk. On Sandhawk, we're going to be playing somewhat of a smaller map, right? It's a smaller area. It's an area where we expect the teams to be much more closer to each other and taking those engagements head on. So we're going to see on how these teams end up resolving their sort of conflicts that they have with each other on the map of Sandhawk, trying to survive. When something that's very interesting on Sandhawk that we almost always end up seeing is one or two squads going for that heal battle, trying to stay outside of the zone, trying to stay alive for as long as possible, accumulating a lot of first aid kits and using them to their advantage. But it's going to be interesting to see, especially if you're with the teams competing at this level, and when you have everything to lose and not really much to gain. If you're not competing for that first position, if you're not going for that chicken dinner, so it'll be interesting to see if some teams. Well, I think the heel battle really does end up coming out for the teams when they understand that they're just one or two squad members alive, and the likely outcome of them winning the game by going on for head-on engagements is just really low, right? So that is when a team decides to go on for those heal battles to accumulate as much healing as they can. But it'll be interesting to see if a team ends up opting for that strategy on this map as well, especially when they're competing at such a high level, or are we just going to see carnage and bloodshed all around?
A map. We are going to be moving on to Sandhawk now, and it is going to be, obviously it's a really small map, right? And as you said, either we're going to be seeing a lot of carnage going on, or it's going to be just peace and quiet, and all the players just acting like snakes, and just taking the fights at the very end stages and the final stages of the game, and just getting through with it, and just as negatives, as you mentioned, negatives are the opportunities. They might just employ their strategy, or after all, it might just come down to a healing battle that we saw in semifinals. So it might be any of these things going down, and only time will really tell. But yep, the wait will not be any longer, because we are finally on the map, and the plane trajectory already has formed. It is a bit towards the northern side, which is actually crossing right through boot camp. So we might see a bit of boot camp action coming in. But yeah, let's see at where the players who are going to prefer to drop.
Yeah, the plane is live. Game number 4 is live with that as well. We are seeing the plane or the plane trajectory sort of go through right in the middle. So sort of taking the map in half and half, where the teams can decide to go on towards the areas where they prefer to go to, whether it's on the top side of the map, if it's areas like Cow, Tomant, Mogai, Camp Bravo, Paradise Resort. Oh, well, I will hold on to that thought for a moment, because it looks like that the plane has decided, well, not the plane, but the first circle has decided to favor that extreme left region. And I think I'll have to hold on to that thought as well, because some action has broken out.
Already into the game so early on, but yep, it definitely seemed like it does. We are seeing some Galaxy esports players trying to fight off with some, perhaps is that RTG? Oh well, these guys usually like to fight on very early on, but yep, we are seeing some engagement coming in. Marwan is going to do some job. The screen as well is not really that big, so we can't really see the action with the full experience, but we still are seeing what exactly is happening here. Marwan is going to go around the house, build the behind of it, because he doesn't really want to take on all the players head on right now, but he seems to be a bit alone and separated from his team, and he really needs to figure out how to escape from the situation, because there is actually, it's red that he's against, so red players are just right in front of him, and Marwan really knows what he should be doing in the situation. Yep, there he goes right inside the water, and probably is going to move toward his team, because he almost lost his life there and barely managed to escape that area. Good call coming in from Marwan, and hopefully he is able to group up back with his team.
Yeah, finally surviving here, and just not dying straight up. So good for him, Marwan. They only lost, ended up losing Sam, right? Although that is pretty unfortunate, but I'm glad that they were able to survive with the circle pushing in, and time passing slowly. This is very interesting to see how things end up going out. R3D's, what is that? Dobie?
No, they're not. They're not.
Dobie?
I don't think they're. What is that name? Dobie. No, I think it's OB, because red is R3D, right? And that's red. So I think it's OB, maybe.
It might be, but it doesn't really matter right now with Team R3D. Anubis, they've lost Anubis very early on. I don't think I was able to catch how that ended up happening. But yeah, this ended losing a player relatively early on, and Ash. He has a player right next to him as well, so he has to be careful on how he ends up approaching this entire scenario. But yeah, Team Ash, not Team Ash, well, Team R3D.
Yeah, but they're inevitably just coming close to Galaxy Esports, right?
They somewhat are right now, but I think they're a bit further away.
I mean, yeah, there is a bit of distance between both of the teams, but I think Swanky's still in a bit of shots coming in. Ash is going to be damaged a bit, and yep, there is the first knockout. Maybe not the first, because someone already, Galaxy Esports, were the one to already lose a player. But yeah, there it is. RED is going to be getting a player knocked out on their side after losing one as well. So yeah, that's a lot of damage taken by a team at the very the starting stages of the game. And now Joker, he has his eyes on RTG. He heard the bullets go off, and he's constantly scoping there to just maybe find someone around that area.
Yeah, they are looking and they are scouting, but I don't think they ended up finding anyone there. R3D's Musa, he is trying to spot out some people as well, but that does not look like it's going to happen anytime soon. Miracle, not really finding anyone else there as well. Hayan is here, and I'm not sure why Hayan is acting like a snake, especially in such a beginning of the game. But I think he is just scouting things out for his team, trying to ensure that he can get some angles on some people, try to spot someone out. But Miracle, 3x Miracle, he is doing a work at the moment. XGen Esports, they have their X Generation, rather, I'd say, have their word cut out for them at the moment, because Miracle is slowly but surely making his way towards them. He spots out one of the players right now. He doesn't really seem to understand where he's getting shot from, but that is Thug all the way back. But yeah, they're able to get their downed teammate up. That was Hunter Shahamir heading on over, and Miracle's grenade was completely in the right direction, but I do not think that he'll be able to catch him out right now.
Yep, Miracle not really committing to the fight. He is going around, but not really going head on towards X Generation just now. He's probably going to go back towards his team. Well, as we mentioned, we were talking off stream, that 3x Esports, they did have some issues with them, with their internet connection or something, or maybe, just some technical issues on their side. But as soon as they were resolved, 3x Esports, they were really proving themselves to be, a formidable team, just like all the aggressive teams that we're seeing, all the mechanically enabled teams that we're seeing. These guys, they're one of them. And now they're up against X Generation. X Generation, the playstyle that we've been seeing coming from X Generation guys has been a bit more safe, a bit more like Team Negatives, but now they're up against them, and these two teams are really up close to each other. So it'll really be interesting to see how their engagement will go. But on the other hand, Hitman is gonna blow up a vehicle, which will take down Sherry along with him, and I think that's a permanent elimination. And that's obviously going to grant RTG an elimination point, and that's one player down on Pyros. What team was that guy on? Tag, and yeah, Tag Cherry has been taken down. So, well, a few eliminations coming at the very starting stages of the game. Red has lost a player, Tag has lost a player, and Galaxy Esports, these three teams each have lost one player. So a bit of damage is coming in. I didn't really expect this much stuff to be happening at very early on, but hey, here we are, and especially on a map like Sandhawk, I guess stuff like this is inevitable.
Yeah, things like this really are inevitable on Sandhawk, right? Where we expect the teams to be very close to each other, where we expect the teams to be taking those early game engagements against each other, and that's literally what we saw happening here as well. But Jalad from 52 Esports, realizing that there are a lot of fishes, there's a lot of fish in the sea, right? But I think that thing's usually in a very different context. But I think it's somewhat appropriate here as well, because there are a lot of fish in the sea, and they're all in front of Jalad, and he's just trying to get an angle on them. Marwan, he should be able to third person check this onto Chotu and spot his location out. If he wants to do something about that or not, that will be up to Marwan if he wants to give out his location. 52 Esports, the Hassan, he spots out the members from R3D, and these fish are wounded, they're bleeding, and I don't think they're going to be able to survive very long with how things are going.
I mean, hey, Hassan seems to have lost sight of them, but still there is Jalad with the nade. I don't know what that nade can really do, because it's really far off behind. But still, already Esports, they do seem to have escaped from that area safely. But as soon as they get out of the water, though, they're probably going to be spotted by Hassan. Hassan constantly scoping into that area. He has an idea of what RED is trying to do, and yeah, as soon as they try to get out of the water, Hassan is going to be having a clear. Yup, there it is, perfectly. And yeah, Ash has been taken down. Musa is the only one alive right now, and he has to go back revive his teammate. Ash has been considerably damaged as well, though. But still, they have found themselves a cover. A revive will probably come in, but is Hassan quick enough to just knock them back down as soon as they get out of that cover? We will see that in action. Ash is going to switch covers, probably heal himself back, and I guess Red has no real other option to just either make a run for it, or maybe show some retaliation towards 52 Esports.
Yeah, I think as soon as they're going to be able to get both of their team members up, that is when the retaliation is going to come out from them, where they're going to come back and re-engage onto them. And Jalad, that's what he does. He takes out Musa, who was at a different angle. No, he was right there next to Ash as well. And with the amount of HP and that Ash has, then I don't think there's any utility on him in the form of a smoke grenade or anything. So Ash just does not seem like he's going to be surviving very long on the server.
Definitely Hassan just moving around. He isn't really spotting Ash as of now, but I think they're just gonna they're done with red. Only one player alive. Hey, I guess we can let them go. But oh, Ash, don't you get spotted at the very final moments, right when you're surviving? But we can see an interaction and an engagement coming between two teams here, right beside a cliff at Hot 10. And this is going to be really interesting to see how it ends up, because we already have one player knocked out, and it is his job to first revive his teammate, of course, but he's definitely going to be pressured from a lot of people. And there's one in water. He perfectly spots him. A lot of spray down coming in, but hey, he's back inside the water and safe. Again, I love how in PUBG, when you just go deep inside the water, you're just completely unspottable. But hey, that's a good, I guess that's a fair enough mechanic of the game, which players can use for themselves. But point to be noted, the player is still knocked out and is yet to be revived, right? But he is still constantly getting pressured by the other team. So this is really going to be difficult. There's the nade coming in, and it's perfect. The knockout as well, and the death of the knocked out player as well.
Yeah, this player getting eliminated right out of there as well, and then another push. What Ash was able to take out one of the players as well, and Ash is just like on a sliver of an HP surviving there. But look at the circle. We have teams coming in from the northern region. Just a lot of the teams that are gathered there, trying to make their entry into the circle. So they'll have to be careful in how they end up going on about their rotations. And on the other hand, Team Galaxy Esports, we haven't really seen a great, well, an impressive performance coming out from Galaxy Esports within the finals. They've already got two members being eliminated, and Honesty is getting revived. So Swanky should be able to get him up. These two members should be able to should be able to survive right now and try to make sure that they can make something of themselves at the moment. So Swanky getting that elimination up. Hassan MVP is able to take out Pyro's Divine at the moment, and there's just engagements happening left, right, and center everywhere on this map right now, Ahad.
That's Sanhok for you, Azus. That's Sanhok for you. And yeah, it is really happening right and left. And there you go. Tag Hassan MVP is going to be the one to take down Divine. And Pyro is going to be losing a player right after that happens. So Pyro down to 3 players. Rice is going to be healing himself because he is currently in the blue zone, and he's actually taking somewhat. Well, the blue zone is not really that aggressive as of now, but here he is firing shots at T24 OP. Damage done a bit, but he is also getting cover fire right after from Pyro's players as well. Pyro players probably are going to try and escape from that area. Rice is close to a vehicle though. He can use it to escape, but that will put him into the risk of getting shot by Pyro players right away. Pyro players slowly moving into the safer zone as well. Rice making his way through as well. And yeah, they're a bit stuck. They don't exactly know that it's just one of tag players that's looking at them. So they're not really taking the risk as of now, but that is actually going to benefit them, because right on their eastern side is present is going to be Goku, who is just right there behind a rock, just gulping in some medicines and really getting ready for the fight. But yeah, Pyro not looking really good. Well, so is Tag, in a sense that they're separated from each other. So yeah, this is going to be an equally challenging task for both of the teams.
Genuinely a challenging time for a challenging task for both of the teams, right, where they try to survive or make their way into the circle. I think a very important part of that is that they have to rendezvous together, because there is a definitely strength in numbers. Team Myth, they've been surviving in this game relatively well, right, because compared to what's been happening over the last 3 games for them, it just does not seem to be very favorable for them. T240 OP is getting some of his heals up and trying to make sure that he is in a much more favorable condition to be able to take those engagements. But with the amount of damage that the blue zone is doing to them at the moment, it seems extremely unlikely that these players are going to be able to survive here. And look at Team HR, those 2 players getting knocked down and eliminated. I think Team HR is going to be down to just 2 members at the moment, and that's exactly what happens. Romeo gets taken out as well, and if they end up losing, yeah, and that's exactly what happens. That is not at all a very familiar sight for us as casters or the viewers, right? Seeing Team HR get eliminated at that 16th position.
Yep, Team Pyro still up against Tag. That nade almost got Tag Rise, but it is not. If it's not enough, it's fine, all right? Talcosaurus can just pull out his gun and take him down right away. But before he finishes him off, he knows he needs to apply a first aid and move further inside. So yeah, there is Rice in front of him. That's the head blown off, and Rice has been finished off Tag. So yeah, Tag taking a lot of damage from Pyro. Pyro also down to only 2 members. This is not, well, Tag is only down to 1 member, and Pyro is going to be down 2 members. So though not looking really good for both of the teams, and they already do have to apply a lot of healings because they are still pretty far out from the zone, right? And a lot of teams already inside the safe zone, actually. We can see negatives, we can see Team Myth. A lot of teams are just inside there already getting ready. Not really close to each other as of now, but they are surrounding the Camp Alpha area. And the rest of the teams that are just far away, RTG just finally making their way out, and all of the teams, CFD, just, coming out of the blue zone, just making their way towards that area. But the thing is, TFD, they're going to have to be patient now because there's a bridge that they have to cross to get to Camp Alpha. And before they do that, there's already another team waiting for them to greet them. And yeah, they're going to have to deal with them first to get to Camp Alpha.
Yeah, and we all really know how dangerous bridges are within PUBG, right? We see those pesky campers on either side of the bridge and making it very hard for players to be able to enter into that circle. TMW Hayan takes out #Adi, who was just trying to use that vehicle to rotate out, but # members could show up. Sam is right there, 67. Hayan spots him as well. He's able to get his first aid kit off and then engage Shahadi, and he should be... What?
Okay, Sam?
What?
Okay, Hayan has been taken down, and that is TMW completely wiped out of the server. Really not what we were expecting, were we, Zeus?
Yeah, we were definitely not expecting that to happen, and I guess that's just decent gameplay coming out from him, or just the better mechanical player. Sometimes a player is just better, much better, and that's what we ended up seeing there.
That definitely is what happened. Currently, we are looking at 3x Esports Modu, the player that lasted till the very end. But before I say that, let's take a look at TFD Freestyler. He is going to shut down the bridge camp set up by X Generation, and Charmir has completely been finished off. There is a smoke grenade. He does plan, or at least he does seem to go down there. But before that, he has to deal with Lost Boy Hunter as well. Lost Boy making his way towards where his teammate died. Freestyler still pretty safe from the areas that are beneath him, but not very much. He missed the jump and took a lot of damage. Miscalculation. It's okay. It happens. He can just heal himself right away. So yeah, first aid kit coming in, and now he has to deal with Lost Boy and Hunter. Has a really cool car beside him, though. Don't blame me. I'm a fan of cars, all right? So, Freestyler, he does seem to be a bit lonely. Never mind. His teammates are right there just beneath him. Just, they kind of love to... what exactly just happened there? Fatty just got taken down by, I guess, one of the teams that is, ahead of the bridge. So yeah, there's Lost Boy as well, having lost a lot of HP, and he is going to be staying in that house or at least till the time that he can recover himself. Python being really aggressive. He's already up really close, just deciding to choose his weapon of preference, which is gonna be a frag grenade. He's probably cooking that up, and he's gonna throw it inside Lost Boy's house that he's in. And but before he does that, Psycho is already there with a shotgun and an M4. Python cooking the nade. He probably does know about Psycho. Psycho is gonna take a bit of damage from that nade. Another nade coming in from Psycho. That's actually gonna be a Molotov, which isn't really gonna push Psycho out of position, but that shotgun he has in his hand is gonna be enough to take the rushing Python down. So RTG, actually, on the other side of the map, though, Myth and RTG are also in an engagement right now, and we saw 2 kills coming in. And with that team, I guess that was Team Red, or maybe one of the teams also got eliminated from the server.
Yeah, I think that was a Team Red getting eliminated from the server, and X Generation, on the other hand, trying to throw down some cover in the form of those smoke grenades just right in front of them, but that does not seem like it's happening. And Captain finally in a good position where he's shooting at other people instead of just getting shot at. Reaction is super close by, but Captain is his guardian angel at the moment, just giving him cover and ensuring that he does not end up getting taken out. Joke right in front of him. Captain will be able to get revive Joke up, and we have the final circle, the final few circles coming in. Ahad, look at that circle on towards that camp alpha area where a lot of teams are going to be looking to enter from that southern side, and we see three very familiar squads. That is 69 esports, team negative very close by, trying to enter that circle as well, and then this Galaxy esport that is not further behind, so they're making their way into that circle as well.
Definitely, the circle has formed in a really interesting spot. It is around Camp Alpha, but just right beneath it. And the thing about this circle is that not a lot of teams are going to have a lot of cover because it's out in the open. So we might just see the same plays coming in that we just saw in the last game in Wrangle, where all the teams, all the cover that they really had was off the shelter. So this time around, it's all the cover that they're going to have is going to be off that broken wall, or all the rocks that are present there, or the buildings that are on the very corner side of the zone. But we can see an interesting engagement going on between Team 69 and the team negatives, I think. And yeah, they're not stopping. Pinkman still just cooking up a nade, and there it is. It's gonna pop in right, and yep, it is perfect to take down one of the players. And yeah, negative Pinkman is gonna do a lot of job there, and I think this is the perfect opportunity for him to push into 69 esports, but he should do it with his team because, well, you need cover always, right? But the thing is, they have to be cautious about the teams that is present on their western side. And yep, Buzzet is gonna be on it right away. He's gonna be dealing a lot of damage as well. Team negatives, finally we're seeing some actually good movements and the team coordination that we're used to seeing from this team. And yeah, they're back at it. I think they're back in their form, but still, Meth Esports, they're back on the ground. They're finally, meddling the team negative right there, and some damage done. But I don't think they're gonna meddle with them any further because they know that they have other people to worry about as of now.
Yeah, and it's not just the other teams that are present here, but it's also the fact that they have to make their way within the circle as well. Team Galaxy Esports, they're already well settled in the circle, and Myth, Joke, he's just taking shots on anyone that he can spot out right now. Shahir ended up taking the 7 EQRs faster, and that should spell the end of that squad. Joke taking out a lot of shots until players from 69, and he was just hoping that he could take them out, but that just does not end up happening for him right there. Joke circles pushing in. Shahir is right in front of him, takes a lot of shots onto him, but Pinkman's pretty close by as well, not able to get that down that he wanted onto the team. And EG Pegasus takes his shots back on the players of Joke, does a lot of damage. Reaction has been knocked down. What a shot coming out from Pegasus. Can he make quick work of them? I think the blue zone finishes them off, and that is Team Myth Esports eliminated. We have a single player surviving from Team 52, Team 3 Hex, as all of their players surviving, and then on the other hand, it is Team Negatives with all 4 members surviving. So it really looks like it's going to come down to an engagement between Team 3X and Team Negatives right now.
Definitely, and both of the teams being really mechanically, they are mechanically advanced as compared to all the teams that are present here right now. But as I say that, Team Negative is going to lose one of their members, or at least get knocked down. And with that, hashtag esports also has been eliminated from the server. 52 esports Hassan really lurking up close towards 52 Galaxy Esport, but Swanky is going to be the one, not to spot him right now, but he has his eyes on 69 esports, Chazil and Nobix. Both of the players are really close and they have their eyes on them as well. But on the other side, we are seeing some grenade kills coming in, as well as Cairo is going to be able to take him down. Negative Buzzet coming into play is going to take down Cairo, but is going to get traded right away by Modu, and Modu is going to finish him off right away as well. Negative Shahir coming into play is going to find Motu as well. Hassan finally making use of his position is going to just push inside Galaxy Esports and is going to find Swanky. Kira has finally taken notice of him. He's trying to get close to him, but it's going to take a lot of damage from the players camping right there, and 69 Shazil is going to make full use of him and take him down right away. Team Negatives, Pinkman, they are really close to the blue zone. It is pushing them out. Pinkman already down to really low HP, but Nobik just died from his own grenade. That is really unfortunate, but Pinkman currently trying to deal with a Miracle, 3x Miracle, who was hiding behind a tree, but not anymore, because that will be it for Team 3X. And as you said, this will come down to Team Negative and Team 3X, and as Team 3X has been eliminated, this is really down to Team Negatives with the most players alive, 3, and the rest of the teams that we have right now are going to be Team Pyro and Team TFD, as Team 69 just got eliminated. 3 teams with Negative having 3 players alive, and the rest of the teams with only 1 player alive on each side. So this is really seemingly a win for Team Negatives. But yeah, Pyro Esports and TFD that still can, go against each other and maybe get a few elimination points, but it doesn't seem like it will, because Team Faulty Devil Leon is going to be relying on his Elings. He's constantly applying first aiders because he is out of he's going to be applying bandages because he's out of first aiders, right? And that's going to be really it for him. And now after the player has died, Pyro player has died, it's going to be a chicken dinner for Team Negatives. Once again, it ended down to a healing battle, but before that, the fight between Team 3X and Team Negative was really interesting. We didn't get to see from their POV, but we did see it from the drone view, and yeah, Team Negative just making quick work of 3X and really getting themselves the first chicken dinner of this final stage of the tournament.
Yeah, and just a great chicken dinner coming out from Team Negative within that game, right? The way that they played it, the sort of aggression that we ended up seeing out from Team Negative was just really impressive. And that is what we come to expect from Team Negative, the way that they play, the sort of aggression that we expect from them, the sort of mechanical capability that all of the mechanical ability that all of their players are capable of was being perfectly showcased within that last game. And that's really literally what we expect from Team Negatives, and the sort of performances that they've been able to give up in the semifinals is just a breath of fresh air to finally see them stepping up their game and performing within that 4th game. Because in the previous 3 games, they were just not able to compete at the level that we expected them to.
Definitely, Team Negatives coming out with a really changing the pace. Well, they're changing their pace, and now they're ending this with a victory. And yeah, this is going to be their first chicken dinner, and we will see if they're able to get more in the upcoming games. So before that, we're going to go for a short break. Stay tuned, and we'll be back very soon. Buddy, and well, a bit of we weren't really expecting this to happen, but Ali Bhai on my left has some technical issues, and he has dropped out of stream for a short time. So uh, let's just move on with the game we just had, and it was definitely a really amazing game on Sandhawk, and it came down to the healing battle that we saw. It was definitely really amazing, and I wasn't, but before talking about the healing battle, let's move. Let's talk about the fight that was between team negatives, and the final team that was in their team 3x and team and negative. And as Azus mentioned that this because all the teams that were present in the very final stage of the game, they were all down some players, right? They weren't having some of them had one player killed or eliminated or knocked down, but they all weren't really in the best shape they could possibly be. But the teams that were present in that area, 3x and negatives, both of them had all of the players alive, right? And with four players alive, they had the most potential to compete in that area. So Azus mentioned that. You know all it really will boil down to will be against these two teams, and team negatives were the one to just take out 3x right away, and just get the chicken dinner for themselves, and really carry on with it. So moving on, after that we saw a bit of a heal battle coming in from the players that were alive, but it wasn't really it didn't last for too long, and team negatives were able to take the chicken dinner for themselves. I think this was the first time they took the chicken dinner for themselves on Sandhawk, because in the previous games, as for example in the semifinals, we saw team negatives just taking chicken dinners and chicken dinners for themselves on Wrangles. But this is the first time that we saw them do it on Sandhawk, which was a bit anticlimactic coming from team negatives, but it is going to be a chicken dinner for them nonetheless, which is going to grant them 15 points. And as you saw, they weren't really doing that good on the leaderboard, but this is definitely going to push them up a bit. So looking at their stats that they got in the previous game is going to be total of 12 eliminations, 1.4k damage done. Pinkman is going to be having 3 eliminations, 321 damage done. Shahir with 6 eliminations, 500 damage done. Pegasus, 2 eliminations, 255 damage done. Buzzit with 1 elimination and 333 damage done. Buzzit with the least eliminations, and as I mentioned in the previous part of the stream, Buzzit is the kind of guy, the suicide mission guy for team negatives. He's always the one to go inside first, just not caring about his life, just going all out, just preparing him. He doesn't even need to prepare himself. He can just go head on in, and he is the bait for his team. And the guy to back up for him is usually Pinkman or Shahir. Pegasus is sort of the guy that is a bit that has a bit of a variety role. He's sometimes we can see him playing really safe, but sometimes you can also see him playing really aggressive. So he's a bit of an all rounder for his team. But Pinkman, he's always the guy backing up his team when they're in trouble, and he does manage to do it really well. So props to him. Shahir though, with the best stats in the game, 6 eliminations and 500 damage. Those are some good stats for him, and applaud to Shahir. So we are now having teams to focus on our screen. The top 4 teams that we have after match 4. The number 1 is going to be team negatives, of course, as they got the chicken dinners for themselves with 1.4k damage done and a good amount of utils used, especially grenades. Then we have team TFD, the Faulty Devils, with 900 damage done, 9 smoke grenades and 2 frag grenades. So that's not a lot of util used, but a good amount of smoke grenades as well. And now talking about the most valuable player is going to be Shahir from Team Negatives. And of course, as we saw, he did a lot of damage and, a lot of eliminations as well for his team, and led them to get the chicken dinners for themselves. 535 damage, 6 eliminations, 5.22 MVP points. Team contribution, 50%. I don't exactly know how this team contribution thing counts, but in my opinion, he really did contribute a lot to his team. But it kind of comes down to when you are really doing it, because if you help your team at the very moment they're about to win the chicken dinner. I think that is more impactful than getting all the eliminations at the very start, because that's just going to grant you with elimination points and not really ensure you the chicken dinner. But now we have the players to focus in front of us, which is going to be Shahir, Shahir, and Buzzet. All the players are from Team Negatives right now. Team Negatives really outshining their previous match history that they've had in the final stage of the tournament, which is going to be Shahir with 535 total damage, Shahir as well with 6, and Buzzet with 6 assists, 3 assists coming in, and Shahir as well with 6 highest total eliminations as well. So these players from Team Negative, they are really stepping up. And as I was, discussing with Azuz, that this is their time to shine. And with not a lot of matches left after this, we only have 6 games left on the board for this finals. So yeah, they really need to step up. Moving on to the overall statistics of the game, we have 52 total eliminations, 19k total healing. That is an enormous number, considering it's, well, there was a heal battle at the very end, but it wasn't really that, it wasn't among a lot of players, right? But I think a lot of players were in the blue zone in the very early and mid stages of the game, so I think that bumped the healing numbers up quite a lot. And now we have knockouts, which are at 55 total knockouts, 95 throwables used, 0 airdrops looted. None of the teams even went near the airdrops. Then we have 9 total headshots, 15 total rescues, and the longest shot is going to go to Chodu at 299 meters. That is not very long, but considering it's Sandhawk we are on, it is a really long shot coming in from Chodu from 52 Esports. So talking about the throwables, well, not a lot. It's not even above 100, but still, considering it's a map like Sandhawk, it is really appreciable. So now we have the match leaderboards in front of us. At number 1, we have Team Negatives with a total of 27 points. Number 2, we have Team Faulty Devils with a total of 15 points. And point to be noted, though, Team Negatives, they now have 12 total elimination points after this game. So that is going to be really pumping those numbers up, because of the chicken dinner, they're only going to be able to get 15, right? Moving on to number 3, we have Pyro with a total of 14, 69 Esports at 4th at 11 points. Road to Glory, 5th position, 8 total points. 3x Esports, 6th position, 7 points in total. 52 Esports, 7th position, 6 points in total. Myth Esports, 8th position, and 6 points in total as well. Number 9, we have X-Rage Esports, 7EQR X-Rage. We have they have 5 total points gained from the last game. Galaxy Esports at 10th with 4 total points gained. The Angry Gamers at 11th are going to be gaining 3. Hashtag Esports at 12th are going to be, moving on. So the teams at the very end, they didn't really gain a lot of points other than 1, 2, or at most 3 points. But the teams that are on the top are really what's going to matter now. So looking at the elimination to damage ratio graph, we have Team Negatives at 12 eliminations, 1.4k damage done. TFD, 5 eliminations, 900 damage done. Pyro, 2 eliminations, 265 damage done. 69, 3 eliminations, 400 damage done. RTG, 2 eliminations, 600, a bit of a discrepancy between their damage and elimination ratio, but still it's good enough. 3x with 3 eliminations, kind of ironic, and 900 damage done. 52 Esports, 4 eliminations, 800 damage done. Myth with 5 and 1,000 damage done. 7 EQR, 4 eliminations and 900 damage done, and so on. We have now in front of us the overall leaderboard. The thing that everyone looks forward to. So at number 1, we are going to be having X Generation at 56 points total, 19 elimination points. Not a lot, because of course they won that one game on Wrangle by just camping inside the shelter with a 200 IQ play coming in from Thug. At number 2, we have 52 Esports, 55 points in total, and 35 elimination points. Massive, coming in from across 4 matches, right? That's almost 10 kills per game, or if not 7 to 8 kills per game. X-Rage Esports, 48 points in total. 3x Esports, 40 points in total. Pyro Esports at 5th, 39 points in total. Team Negatives at 6th, they're actually gaining their position because, of course, they got a chicken dinner in the previous game. 33 points in total. Hellraisers at 7th, 31 points in total. Red Esports, 8th position, 29 points in total. Road to Glory, 9th, and so on. And the later half of the leaderboard is probably going to be changing a lot in the later stages of the tournament, because, we still have 6 more games to play, and a lot of variations will be coming into play, but still the top teams are nevertheless going to be the same, or as we saw in the semifinals. Top teams head to head, we have X Generation and 52 Esports. X Generation at 1,000 damage average dealt, and 52 Esports with a much higher average damage dealt is going to be at 1.7k total damage done. Total eliminations are going to be at 19 and 35 for 52 Esports. As I said, it is really impressive considering that this stat is across 4 matches in total. It's almost 7 to 8 eliminations per game. So 52 esports, they're not looking to hold back at all. Race for the overall MVP. Joker still maintaining his position at the first position is going to be at 13 eliminations, 2.5k damage done. Chodu at second is going to be at 11 eliminations and 2k damage done. Finisher at third, 11 eliminations as well, 1.6k damage done. Miracle at fourth, actually gaining the position, 9 eliminations and 1.8k damage done. T24 OP losing his position for fourth is going to be now at 9 eliminations and exactly 1500 damage done as well. So I guess he didn't do any damage in the previous game. Shamir and so on the later half of the scoreboard. And now we have in front of us top players head to head. 2.5k damage done on the side of Joker and 2.1k damage done on the side of Chodu. They are actually really closing the gap, especially Chodu, because Joker hasn't really been able to, well, he has been doing stuff here and there, but he hasn't really been able to outshine other players as he did. And now that has given Chodu a chance to, come back up and give himself the chance to come against Joker and surpass him in the top MVP. Looking at today's matches, we've already had 4 matches. The first one was played on Wrangle, which was won by Hellraisers. The second one was on Miramar, which was won by 52 Esports. Third Wrangle again, X Generation by that amazing play coming in from Tug. Uh, Sandhawk, which was won by Negatives. And once again, after this, we're going to be having a Wrangle again. But before that happens, we are going to be going on a break. See y'all very soon. We are used to seeing, but it is going to go through military base and Novo as well. So we might just see, HR once again dropping at Novo because on a Wrangle, it's just their favorite spot. But for Myth Esports, we have seen them going towards Georgiopol, and I don't know if they'll be able to do it once again this time as well, because the plane trajectory is just really far away from Georgiopol. But yeah, for HR, it does seem really favorable because as they love to drop to a Novo, and we're gonna see if they actually decide to drop there or not. But moving on towards Severny, there's already a 69 esports already deciding to drop towards Severny, a bit farther away, actually, northernmost part of the map, and they're going to continue their game from there, and they're actually going to gather around a lot of area there. They're not exactly dropping towards Severny. They're actually kind of, gathering around the northern area of the map, because there is no one to be seen around Zerky, because of course it's really far away from plane trajectory, but there's no one to be seen in Salver as well. So 69 esports, they're going to be having a lot of free space to work with. But hey, would you look at that? A lot of teams are making their way towards Georgiopol as well, and 52 esports are actually going to be going towards Georgiopol, and this circle that just formed is actually really interesting, because it might just end up near the military base, or actually inside the military base. But we will see how it actually ends up. And as I said, HR, as they love it to drop towards Novo, they are going to go once again towards Novo. We're going to see Team Negatives go towards Yasnaya, and there's actually a really early elimination coming in from Chodu as well. So that's one player lost on someone's team. Yeah, well, Chodu, one elimination point acquired the very, very early stage of the game. Team Negatives, they're going to be towards Yasnaya. They're probably going to have an easy time looting around, because there's no one close to them as of now. Red Esports, though, they are around the school area, and they are actually really nearby to hashtag, and they might just get into an encounter very, very soon. Looking at the other teams, Team TFD, they're going to be heading towards Milta and Milta Power, actually, and Team Pyro, they're going to be staying at Milta. Galaxy Esports already making their way towards the bridges, and they kind of do seem like they want to camp around the bridges, or at least make their way towards Ferry Pier area, because that's where the circle seems to be going. But there's still a lot of time before the new circle forms, and these players get a newer or better idea of where the circle is going to be going, and there's still a bit of time. So now we have some good visuals on the players as well. But hey, would you look at that? There's an engagement between two teams already. Myth Esports up against two of the players, and they are already rushing inside. Myth don't really have a lot of weapons or any stuff to work with, because hey, Captain, he doesn't have any armor, and he's going to be finished off right away. So Myth Esports already having taken a lot of damage. One player, Captain, well, he probably was their captain, has been taken down. So this will definitely put Myth Esports a bit apart. But there is Levi still alive, trying to loot for himself. He did find level 2 armor for himself, but he still has no helmet, so this isn't really going to put them in a really good spot. So the player that died at the very start of the game was from RTG. RTG is down 1 member, so is Myth Esports. Myth Esports is actually down 2 members. That puts them in a really bad spot at the very start of the game, and yeah, it's really not looking good for them. And the team they're up against, that wasn't really clear at the very start, because the display was a bit small. They are up against XGen Esports. XGen Esports already having gathered themselves 2 elimination points. They are gonna just keep climbing the overall leaderboard constantly. They're not looking to back down, although there's constantly being contested by 52 esports. They're still going on about Smith, and yeah, Joke has been taken down right away, and it's only down to Levi, who is not gonna last for much longer as well. So there is XGen completely annihilating Myth Esports out of the server, and Myth Esports is going to be the first team to get taken out of this area. Really unfortunate. They probably weren't expecting this to happen, but oh well, it did. And XGen Esports, for the 4 elimination points they got, are going to walk away and basking in victory. Currently, we're looking at Galaxy Esports, who are a bit, just chilling around. There's no one around to be seen, but they are around the bridge area, and they are pretty cautious, because if the zone goes towards the southern side, which is going to be around military base and Novo, this is going to be really advantageous for them, because they already do have control of this area, and any team that decides to approach towards the bridge area, they are going to be greeted by these guys. And now we are seeing at Road to Glory Hacker, who's currently busy looting, the average start of every game that we used to see. Players are just busy looting. But what was a bit different from all the games that we have had in the past, that the early eliminations coming in, RTG already lost a player at the very start, and this is something that we've seen happening in the past as well, right? because RTG, these players, they're usually kind of separated. Even right now, there's definitely a difference of 200 meters between all these players. And the player that got killed was definitely very, very far away, and he got killed by just a pistol and a guy that was equipped with nothing else. And yeah, that's really what happens to RTG. And I guess they just haven't learned from their mistakes yet, but they just might in the upcoming 5 games of this final stage of the tournament, and they just might show us that they've improved, all right? But still, that mistake is going to cost them right now, and it's probably going to sting them in the later stages of the game because they now are only 3 players alive, right? But yeah, they're just busy looting. But looking at the other teams, Myth Esports, while being completely annihilated from the server, now Road to Glory, they're actually going to make their way towards the hospital area. And point to be noted, there were a lot of teams that actually dropped towards the Georgia Bowl area. And if RTG decides to go towards the circle, which they inevitably will have to, they are probably going to be, they'll at least face a bit of resistance coming through. So currently they're making their way. No resistance to be seen as of now. No one is really nearby as well. But soon enough and surely enough, they will be greeted by some. Regardless, talking about the teams that are really at the top are going to be XGen 52 and 7EQR. XGen Esports with 56 points, and as they just completely destroyed Myth Esports, they got 4 elimination points because of that, and that is going to put them at 60 points in the overall leaderboard, which is really good. This almost means that if they're able to maintain the consistency in this performance that they're showing us, they will almost be undefeatable, or I don't think anyone would be able to even touch them in the overall leaderboard. It's almost like Team Negatives or Team Hellraisers or even Team Tag in the semifinals, as we saw. They're almost showcasing the same performance but even better. So yeah, that is what I was talking about, right? They are at rank number 1 with a total of 30 eliminations, which is very impressive considering the rest of the teams are barely above 20, and they have a total of 6.3k damage done. Now, the thing is, the first few chicken dinners they got weren't really, based on the eliminations. They were kind of, just play safe, get the chicken, get out. And that was sort of like that. But now we're finally seeing XGen being really aggressive. But on the other hand, we can see a player from TMW side taking shots and just not really landing any. But oh no, Hayan already is really up close with his teammate, and they are maintaining their position. Hellraisers is going to be the team that is against them right now. The TMWRF is a bit far away, but Hayan is going to be the first one to fight them. Hayan taking a lot of damage, has to fall back, probably has to heal. And TMW, they did think, or at least try to pressurize HR there, but weren't really able to. And that's that's Hellraisers for you, right? They were the number 1 team who qualified in the semifinal, and now they are up against even if you are an invited team, Hellraisers is still a team to be, they're a formidable team, right? And you really have to consider if a team like this is Hellraisers, they showed really good performances coming in, but now we will really see if they're able to carry on with it, because not despite considering the teams that are the invited teams, Hellraisers is one of the only teams from who qualified from the semifinal stage that are still maintaining their position on the leaderboard. And now we're looking at the circle. It has reformed. It is actually going towards the military base, but the point to be noted that it is engulfing the bridge area, which has already been camped by Galaxy Esports. Galaxy Esports, despite being really near, they have an advantage, but the thing is they will be pressurized by so many teams at the same time. It is going to be definitely hard for them to deal with it, and Galaxy doing a bit reposition. But yeah, there is X-Ray Esports from Faster already dropping some bullets onto Galaxy Esports. Galaxy Esports facing some damage here. Swanky has been knocked down by Drolin right away. Drolin's going to push onto Swanky, finish him off right away, but there's a trade coming in. Marwan is going to be the one to take down Drolin right away. Finisher coming into the play as well. He's going to knock out Honesty. Marwan is spotted by Finisher as well. Marwan damaged a lot. Only has a Bison. Pulls out his AK-47. Might be able to do some damage onto Finisher as well, but Faster is already there. He has the SMG in hand, but he knows he has to go up if he wants to deal with Marwan. There's the nade. A lot of damage done to Faster. Faster isn't really confident on going above as of now. now, but he knows he has to if he wants to finish off Marwan and revive all of the teammates that are knocked, which is going to be Drawlin as of now. Finisher coming into play as well. That's a cool car skin, honestly. But yeah, I think Finisher is going to be the one to give the revive to Drawlin. That's an amazing cover put up by the car. Two of the Galaxy Esports players already are in the water, but still Marwan still out there all alone. He's going to be pressurized by two of the players coming in from X-Rage. He already has taken down one faster. He will finish him off as well, but Zibian is already there. Marwan down to 50% of his HP. Zibian is going to cook a nade and he's going to try and throw it. There's the bounce off. That might actually do a lot of damage though, or it might just barely miss. Zibian has the upper hand now. Marwan, and honestly, they're going to try and guess the position of Zibian. Zibian's still on the rooftop. He is going to try and stay safe of the nades or all the Molotovs that they're using. Zibian on the top. Drawlin already revived, already healed up to the maximum HP that he can. Is going to try and take some shots. Marwan damaged somewhat, but still Galaxy Esports trying and come back from the situation that they were in. Two of the players were in water, but now they are rendezvoused with each other, and now they're really up close to each other. Zibian just holding back. He's waiting for them to come upside. He's making the best use of that TPP POV that he has. He's just waiting for them to come upstairs so that he can take him down. Honestly, he's going to try and cook a nade and just throw it too. So Zibian has to be just really, really careful of what he's doing. Drawlin, though, still a bit far away. He can close the gap by going up towards the house, but that is going to be it for Zibian. Honestly, cooking nades after nades is going to take down Zibian right away. Drawlin, as he noticed that his player is knocked out, he can't really do anything, so he's going to reposition a bit, go towards the bridge, and I guess he is going to plan to camp there for a while. Galaxy Esports, their situation wasn't really looking really good, but now their recovery was just amazing against X-Rage. X-Rage, they were pressurizing them so much that they were forced towards the water. They were forced to go towards the bridge, but they just came back, and those nades were perfect. A bit of a miscoordination coming in from X-Rage as well, but yeah, that is what costed them all of their teammates' life. And would you look at the final circle? It is right beside the military base. That is an amazing position, and that is going to be a really interesting fight that we will see. 2024 UP is going to be in the fight against the team right now. A lot of teams already are in the circle, and some of them are going to be making their way, and now we have like 4 to 5 teams that are already outside the circle, and they're going to have to cross the bridge and almost at the same time. So this is going to be really interesting to see how they will manage to do so. 3x Esports, he's a bit far away, but there's a bit of engagement going on near that area. We will see how that goes. Cairo down to 20% of his HP is going to pull out a first aid and probably going to go towards the red Esports guys. Ash, though, he's really up close to the red Esports guys. Wait, Ash is actually inside, is a part of Red Esports. The UI was bugging out for me a little. Sorry, but yeah, that is what seems to be the case here. Looking at the graph of the teams, we have X-Ray 1.5, Pyro 2, only 3 players live, and two players on each of TMW, and 69 Esports and Galaxy Esports also have lost one member. So I thought that Galaxy Esports actually took a lot of damage from the team they were fighting with, which was X-Rage, but on the other hand, it seemed like Galaxy Esports somehow escaped from their pressurization, and now X-Rage is the only one that is left. With only one player alive. Amazing scenarios to be seen, amazing situation that have formed here, and now we can see hashtag Adi actually trying to cross the bridge, go towards that southern area of the military base through the water. But the thing is, these 52 Esports guys, they actually do have really good positions with all the players. They can actually get a really good shot on the players, on the hashtag players that are currently crossing. But the thing is, they can't really find a platform to stand on, so they can just take out their guns and fire bullets at them. But look at this. This is the stuff that you see in Hollywood movies and American Hollywood movies. There are enemies on top of a cliff, and they are currently crossing the waters right beneath them, sneakily, not giving a single sound. And would you look at that, Team Negative just buzzing, just whooshing through that area. Pinkman is going to be able to make through the bridge, but the rest of his teammates, 3 of his teammates, are still very, very far behind. Shahir was a bit damaged, and they're still currently getting damaged one by one by the blue zone because they're not in the blue zone right now, are they? Pinkman already having made his way out, he has decided to just leave his team behind. Well, that's probably a good call because hey, you don't all will and die because of the zone, right? Do you? So yeah, Pinkman is going to be making his way out, the very first guy, and the rest of the team negative players are going to be following right away as well. So there is the whole squad moving along, crossing the bridge, and they decided to do at the very end time of the game because hey, of course, that's the negative style of doing things, right? Just play it out really safe. So the hashtag players are currently getting killed by the zone. Two of the hashtag players already got knocked out. Buzzet is gone, Shahir is gone. This is not looking really good for negative. Pegasus and Pinkman are going to be the only ones to survive that blue zone, and with that we're going to be having 69 esports eliminated out of the server as well. So two players have been eliminated. We haven't really, two teams have been eliminated. We haven't really seen a lot of teams being eliminated one by one, and we're really going to see how this works out for them. Galaxy Mervan is going to be taking damage from TVX, and that is one player knocked out, and X-Ray is going to be coming into the play as well. Hashtag Sam is going to just drown and die. Hashtag Odin. Hashtag the blue zone isn't really doing them a really good favor. They're just dying to it one by one. And hashtag has been eliminated from the server as well. 52 Esports facing some casualties from the zone as well. 52 Shodu is going to be taken down from it as well. 3K Esports, Ash is going to give revive, or at least revive one of his teammates that was knocked down, but there's still a lot of damage taken. They really need to reevaluate what they're doing against this team. And Kyra is going to take a lot of damage from Galaxy Honesty, and he's going to be taken down right away. Miracle is there to show some retaliation. Sam is the one alive. That nade barely misses. He's still behind the cover of a rock. Miracle cooking another nade. Will it be perfect? If it is, Sam is going to be taken down, but Sam just escapes in the nick of time, and he's going to be able to make out of it. Honesty is going to heal himself to the top of his HP, but that blue zone is definitely going to push them out of position. Miracle should just pull out his gun at this moment and just try to take him down one by one. This should be an fairly easy fight for Honesty, Miracle, because you know both of the Galaxy players are being pushed out by the blue zone. The blue zone is definitely doing a lot of damage to them, but this is basically like a pretty easy scenario coming in from Miracle. He can just, you know, that TPP, take that TPP and just kill the already damaged players. So Miracle actually putting his life on the line, going inside the blue zone, and he actually wants to finish off Galaxy right away. Pulls out his shotgun, already is really close, and there is the finisher, the final nail in the coffin. Galaxy Esports has been taken down by Miracle, and Miracle, after finishing all the work that he had to do, is going to now escape with his team. As you can see on the other side, X-Generation Plug is going to try and take some shots onto RTG players. We're currently swimming, and there is Thug as well with the DT28 out, barely spotting the players, but that is enough for him to take them all down. Person coming into the play as well. There's a third person going on. Thug is aware of it, and now he has spotted. So he's going to try and put on a smoke for the cover, but now RTG has been taken down completely. They have been eliminated from the server. But the thing is, X-Generation Thug has to be really careful about the 52 players that are right on his side. Brawlin doing some damage onto Miracle. Miracle is right on the open, and yep, it'll fall on him right away perfectly. Look at the spray control from this guy. It is perfectly executed, and Brawlin is gonna be the one to eliminate Team 3X. Perfect spray control coming in from Brawlin. Such an amazing shots taken on to both of the players. Well, on one player it was just spot on, and the other was taken on by just the car explosion. So really interesting fights going on. Most of them are towards the water area, or at least, you know, just straight head-on fights. We're not seeing really any intensity coming in if you don't take into consideration the fight between Miracle and Galaxy Esports, because yeah, he just went all out on that one. And now we're looking at Pyro Esports Divine. They're actually going up close towards the team, and Jalad is now taking shots on Rollin, who just showcased his amazing trigger discipline and spray control. And Rollin already down to 1 HP almost. I don't know how he is not dead yet, but he will soon be. The zone is now even a bit more shorter, and two of the teams already have made their way towards the water successfully towards the zone area though. And now they're all coming together. They're all slowly creeping towards each other, and that they really need to get out of the zone, right? Because it's going to be doing a lot of damage to all of them, and that's exactly what they're all doing. Hassan with eyes onto RTG, actually Red Esports players. He is not firing any bullets as of now unless he gets a clear visual. Red Esports players also do seem to have a good well, they do seem to have a good visual onto him, at least good information onto him, and they are being really very, or at least they're not really giving out any information or leaving their position to just go out in the open and make themselves free kills, or so we call it. But Pyro Esports also really close. These teams are actually up really close to each other at this point. They're just lurking around each other. If you look at how Iron is placed from TMV Esports and Hyan from T, they are all really close to Pyro, Divine, and Tokasaurus. They can definitely hear the vehicles coming in, and Tokasaurus might actually come really close to Hyan, and Hyan is just trying to push them a bit further back with those nades. I don't know how he's supposed to, how he thinks that would work, but it kind of did work. I mean, hey, if it works, it works, right? And we can see a fight coming in between Tag Rice and TFD Esports, and he's already gonna take down two of the players, and that was quick work coming in from Tag Rice and Hassan. Amazing team play from both of them, and they're gonna be really quick to take down both of the TFD players. Now, moving on, Tag Esports already having inflicted a lot of damage onto TFD players. They're now going to be moving on and just riding around the safe zone. They don't really want to give out a lot of information. They just want to be really snaky. They don't really want to go out in the open in the middle of the zone where it's at, and they just want to play safe for now. So Hassan just currently hidden inside a house. He has a lot of players behind him though, so he has to be really careful, right? And so are every other player in this region seem to be doing the same thing, because if you take a look at it, how the zone is formed, nobody is making any hasty moves. Nobody is really out there in the open, right? And this is really interesting to see how it's forming, and Pinkman is going to be the one to just spot out Drawlin. There is the nade going in, and you know how far Team Negative nades can go, and oh boy, perfect nade coming in from Pinkman right on spot, and Drawlin is going to be the one to be taken down by it, and with it, his team has been eliminated from the server as well. Such an amazing plays coming in. With that, 52 Esports already has been taken down or taken out from the server, and we don't have a lot of teams left, right? It's only a few teams, and the circle is just closing in, and we're down to the very final stages of the game. Red Esports still pretty far away from all the action where it's happening, but the rest of the teams, Team Negatives, and they're all up really close to each other, and it'll be really interesting to see how it'll go out. And I think that's HR Fofo with the only one being alive on Hellraiser's side, and Hellraisers, they did get a chicken dinner on the first angle. Will they be able to finish it off with just one player, which seems pretty unlikely, right? But the probability of anything happening is really there. You can't just count anything out. Even this one player from Hellraisers does stand a good chance, because if you look at how the players on each of the teams are alive, we have one player on X-Gen, 3 players on Negatives. Well, that's a different story when it comes to Negatives, right? And same goes for Tag. But on the other teams, we have only one player on Pyro as well, 2 players on TMW. So they do have a pretty good chance of still, getting a lot of elimination points if Fofo does this right. But hey, there's the gunfire coming in between Tag and Red Esports. A lot of damage taken by a lot of them, but Fofo is behind them too. Tag Shari is not really the person fighting the Red Esports guys, because he's going to be the one to take down Anubis, but there is Musa coming into play as well. But oh my lord, Fofo, you are going to be able to take him down as well right away. So this Red Esports, as I said, this guy can really do anything. Fofo is just out there like a menace, and now there's Tag Esports, Rice as well right on top of him. He's trying to scope him out. He's trying to just bait him out somehow, get the kill onto him, because he knows if he doesn't, he is going to be taken down anytime now, which is exactly what happens. TMW Iron coming into play and is going to be able to take him down right away as well. And with that, Team Negatives has been eliminated from the server. Team Tag with only 2 players alive right now, one of which, well, they had 3 players and one of which were knocked out, which they just lost as of now too. So it's really coming down to 2v1s and 1v1s between all these teams. XGen 1 player, Pyro 1 player, HR2, Tag with only 2 players, Red with 2 players, but one of them is knocked out, and TMW with also only 2 players. So this is this interesting change of events is really interesting to see how this will really lead to the game as the circle close in. TMW players are really close to each other. Same goes for Tag. They're making do with what they have, but a bit of a risky position taken by HR Fofo. He's bit out in the open, but it does not matter to him because he's still gonna take down Red Anubis, who's gonna be taken down, and Team Red will be eliminated out of the server. But it's only 5 teams, 7 players left. Iron taking shots on the tag as an MVP. He has been taken down. Iron will waste no time to finish him off. There's Cherry inside the smoke. Is Iron wary of him? Does Iron know about his whereabouts, right? Probably he doesn't, but still he's gonna wait this one out. 5 teams, 6 players remaining. It's basically a 1v1 between all of them. This has come down to the kind of games I like, but Iron is gonna spot out Sherry right in the smoke. I don't know how he did that, but he did, and Sherry has been eliminated along with his team, Tag Esports. 4 teams left. 5 players remaining. There's no gunfire to be heard. There's no footsteps to be heard. No action right now. Only a few players left on all of the teams, and it is really coming down to the 1v1s. And TMW having the advantage of having 2 players alive on their team is really going to give them the big advantage that you really need, because, hey, you can get a revive in if you get a player down. But for the other players, this is not going to be the case. If you lose your life, you lose it permanently in this game. Fofo making his way towards the middle of or at least the center of the circle, just, climbing inside. But he's not really exposing himself as of now. There's the Molotov. Perfect prediction coming in from Iron. And that might not burn Fofo, but might force him to at least change his position, or at least, make him a bit paranoid that, hey, they know about my position. Maybe I should go there. Maybe I should go there. Maybe I shouldn't just hold here around here. So Iron is now moving towards Divine 333. And, well, his name is just Divine 333 just for the action. And he might just spot him moving around while being prone as the blue zone closes in. As soon as Pyro Divine stands up and starts running as aggressive, as dominating Iron has been throughout, he might just pull out his gun and take him down right away. We will really see what happens. The blue zone is coming inside. Pyro still not losing his patience because the blue zone isn't exactly on top of him, but HR Fofo just, making a lot of hassle. But there is the gunfire coming in from X Generation Thug. Pyro Divine knows about him. He's still holding his trigger. There's the trigger discipline coming in from Pyro Divine. He is not taking any shots onto X Generation Thug yet, but now he is. So there's the end for X Generation Thug as well. 2 of the teams, well, TMW Esport has lost one of the players. One of the teams has been eliminated. So it's all really down to 3 teams. All of them, each of them having 1 player alive. Divine is going to take some damage from Fofo. We are now looking at all 3 of the players at the same time. 2 of them are cooking nades, and they do have an idea of the player's position. Divine almost gets damaged a lot by the nade. He's going to cook a nade as well. He's down to 50% of his HP. He really needs to do something. He really needs to get out of there. He's going to keep getting damaged by those nades. Down to 30 HP. Fofo not taking any damage by those nades because Divine is completely off spot, but Fofo is not, and he's going to be able to take him down as well. It's down to a 1v1 between Fofo and Hyan. Hyan working quickly, just making his way towards Fofo because he knows where he is, right? He has to make quick work out of him because it means the chicken dinner for him, but not enough. Fofo, as I said, this guy is not to be underestimated, and he's actually going to take the chicken dinner for himself. One guy standing out there all alone in the battlefield of almost 20 players alive. He actually manages to take the chicken dinner for himself. My prediction actually came out to be true. Wow, that's a first, but still, this is amazing. And the final chicken dinner, well, the first and the final chicken dinner is going to be going to Hellraisers. This is one hell of a victory for them. And well played to Fofo and actually the entirety of Hellraisers, because I know the moral support probably was there, because if you're the only one alive and out there, in the whole field with so many players, you probably are losing your mind. It isn't easy to keep your composure, but now this time around, the moral support probably given by the team did help him, and his mechanical ability, everything comes into play, right? His own mechanical ability, everything that comes into play helped him win this chicken dinner. And this has been one hell of a win for them. And yeah, we're now seeing all of these players really hyped up, and they're just, well, I think they're being photographed, I guess. And yeah, I think they're waving towards the drone, and hey, there it is. That's the moral support, and that's the team coordination. And that's the synergy I'm talking about in Team Hellraisers, and they have been showing it all throughout, in all the semifinals, and even in these final stages of the game. This is really, really amazing coming from Hellraisers, and well, kudos to all of the rest of the teams as well. I mean, TMW, they were really aggressive throughout the game, and they're now actually managing to follow throughout it all as well. So yeah, that was the final game that we were gonna have today, and we're probably soon gonna be seeing all the statistics and everything for it soon enough. But yeah, that all 5 games were really interesting, and I'm really glad that Hellraisers were actually finish it off the win that they got in the first map and finish it off with the first one. I don't see any stats. And we are back. And now we are going to be focusing on the team that got the chicken dinner in the last game of today. And that is going to be Hellraisers. They started off with the chicken dinner, and now they're going to be ending off with the chicken dinner as well. With a total of 6 eliminations, 700 damage done. And looking at the players, we have Fofo with 5 eliminations, 500 damage done. Romeo with 1 elimination, 5 damage done. Well, he's always their assist guy. Next is going to be with 0 eliminations, 81 damage done. Tears also going to be with 0 eliminations, 115 damage done. So Romeo next and Tears didn't really do a lot in this game. And as we saw, Fofo was the only one left alive. And his miraculous plays coming in at the very end is what really won his team the chicken dinner. All of his trigger discipline coming into play, everything that he showed us in the previous game is what won them the chicken dinner. The team really got that one, as I always say, that team negative style chicken dinner for themselves, with only 6 eliminations and 700 damage done, out of which 500 damage done was done by Fofo, and 5 eliminations out of 6 were done by Fofo as well. So yeah, that is really amazing to see coming from Fofo. Now we have the teams to focus. We have on number 1 Hellraisers with total of 700 damage done, and surprisingly the chicken dinner as well. XGen at number 2, 1.3k damage done. Not a lot of throwables used, and considerably. If you think that Fofo was the only one alive and there are still 13 smoke grenades used, that is a lot. TMW with 720 damage done, 3 throwables used, and 9 frag grenades used. And Tag on the 4th is going to be at 860 damage done and 20 smoke grenades used. That is a lot as well. So not a lot of time in blue for a lot of teams except XGen and Tag. XGen spent 2 minutes and 40 seconds in the blue zone, and Tag spent 7 minutes 37 seconds in the blue zone. I mean, even given that this game went for about, let's say, 30 minutes, that's almost roughly at least 1/4 time spent in the blue zone. So Tag, hey guys, you really need to explore the other sides, or maybe the safe zone of the map as well, and perhaps try staying out of the blue zone. But yes, good stats overall coming in from all of the teams. And well, Team XN, they were performing really well overall. They weren't really able to follow up through it in this game, at least. But still, one of their players is going to be the one snatching the MVP out of the hands of Fofo in the previous game, because Fofo just fell short of a few stats, and the MVP is going to be going towards Tug with 645 damage done, 4 eliminations, 4.9 MVP points, 50% team contribution, and the longest shot, 60 meters. So the graph is really interesting here. The dark area of the graph, it kind of shows you what the average MVP data is, and the green line in between it is showing you how the player stacks up against that data. So the damage is also almost going outside. Even the MVP points is almost going outside the range of the average MVP data, but the rest of the stats aren't really coming close anyway. So we have now the players that we have to focus on. With 645 total damage done, Fofo with 5 eliminations, total eliminations, amazingly played at the very end of the game, and Jalad with 3 total assists. So good stats coming in from all of these players, especially Tug and Fofo, because assists, we've seen players giving two assists, and I guess At most, we've seen 4 or 5 in the games that we've had today, but still, 3 assists is a good number. So props to Jalad for that, Jalad from 52 Esports for that. And now we are moving on to the overall statistics of this game that we had. 55 total eliminations, 8.6k healing done, 53 total knockouts, 147 throwables used, 2 airdrops looted, 10 total headshots, 13 total rescues, and Romeo with the longest shot at 300 meters. Good stats overall, right? 55 total eliminations, not bad. 53 total knockouts. So the most of the knockouts were either just straight up kills or yeah, it was definitely like that. And the total when you look at the total rescue ratio again, compared to the total knockout, it's just really low, almost 20% or at most 25%. So that's really not looking good because that's also possibly the reason why we saw only 1 or 2 players alive on each team that were remaining at the very end. 300-meter long distance shot, not bad coming in from Romeo, as we've seen him playing really safe, not really getting those stats for his team, but he is kind of the support guy for his team, and he gets his job done definitely. So now we have the match leaderboard of match 5 that we had today. We are having number 1, Hellraisers with total of 21 points. X Generation at number 2, 16 points. TMW Esports at number 3 with 15 points in total. The Angry Gamers at number 4 with 15 points in total as well. Pyro Esports at number 5 with 11 points in total. Team Negatives at number 6, 8 points total. X-Ray Esports at number 7, 7 points total. Red Esports at number 8, 5 points total. 52 Esports at number 9, 5 points total as well. 3X Esports 5-2. 60 Galaxy Esports 4 points in total. Team Faulty Devils 3 points in total. Road to Glory 1 point. 69 Esports 1 point as well. And Hashtag and Myth are going to be ending this with a 0-point advantage. So the teams are still pretty stacked up. As we mentioned, that the teams that were invited are definitely doing much better and, are dominating the leaderboards as of now. But once again, as you can see, Hellraisers maintaining their position, getting another chicken dinner for themselves. That is probably going to bump their position up on the leaderboard. Which we're going to see in a while. But once again, Tag, Pyro, Negatives, these teams are the ones that weren't invited, but they are still doing pretty good and they're still actually getting themselves some points. So moving on to the eliminations and damage ratio, we have Hellraisers at 6 eliminations, 700 points in total. X-Gen at 8 eliminations, 1.3k total damage done. Tag at 9 eliminations, 800 damage done. I don't know how they managed to do that, but they did. I guess they just knocked out. I guess they just caught out a knocked out player. TMW, 3 eliminations, 700 damage done. Pyro, 1 elimination, 191 damage done. Negatives, 6 eliminations, 1.1k damage done. 7 EQRX Rage with 6 eliminations and 1.1k damage done as well. 52 Esports, 4 eliminations, 700 damage done. 3X with 4 eliminations, 900 damage done. Red Esports at 1 elimination, 600, almost 700 damage done. Galaxy Esports at 4 eliminations and 1.1k damage done. A big disparity among all of the teams that we have here. TFD with 2 eliminations and 450 damage done. RTG with 0 eliminations and 0 damage. That is quite disappointing for them, but nevertheless, they're still going to make their way up the leaderboard, hopefully. So now we have finally the overall leaderboard in front of our eyes. X Generation at still maintaining their position at the top, 72 points in total, 52 still maintaining. Actually, all three of the teams are, all top 3 teams are still maintaining their positions, right? So 52, 7 EQRX Rage, all of them maintaining their position at 60 and 55 points. Hellraisers at 4th, actually gaining their position and pulling down Pyro Esports at 52 points. Pyro Esports is now going to be at 50 points. 3X Esports is going to be at 45 points at 6th position. Team Negatives is going to be at 41 points at 7th position. Tag is going to be at 40 points at 8th position. Red Esports is going to be at 34 points, 9th position. TMW at 10th is going to be at 31 total points. Team Faulty Devils 31 as well, 11th position. Road to Glory 29 points, 12th position. 69 Esports, 14 points, 13th position. Galaxy Esports, 12 points, 14th position. Hashtag Esports, 11 points. And the team at the last is going to be at 11 points as well. Moving on to the top teams head-to-head. X Generation against 52 Esports. X Generation is going to be having 1.1k damage done, while 52 Esports is going to be having 1.5k, somewhat higher. But if you consider that this is the average damage dealt, 52 Esports is definitely much better off against the X Generation. So we have a total eliminations of 27 and 52, bumping their number up from 35 to 39 in their last game is going to be ending at 39. If they could have, brought it to a good whole number like 40, it would have been nicer. But 39 is definitely a very great number as well, considering I think these guys are the ones having the most elimination points out of all the teams that we have right now. So now we have the race for overall MVP. Joker at number one, 15 eliminations, 2.8k damage done. Chodu 12 eliminations, 2.4k damage done. Miracle at third, 11 eliminations, 12.1k damage done. Drawlin, 11 eliminations as well, 20 damage done. Well, yeah. Finisher at fifth, 11th eliminations, 1.9k damage done, almost 2,000. 8 eliminations for Shahmir, 2k damage done. 8 eliminations for Shahir, and 1.7k damage done. Fofo with 10 eliminations, 1.3k. 7 eliminations for Hunter as well, 1.5k damage done. And T24 OP losing his spot from the fifth almost, and he was at the fourth, and now he's at the top 10. Joker still maintaining the top position, 2.8k damage dealt against Shoru, who is at 2.4k damage dealt. And the eliminations for them, both of them are going to be at 15 for Joker, and Chodu is going to be at 12. Throwables used almost similar, just like the last time. Not a big difference. The last time difference I guess, 4 throwables or maybe 2, and now it's only of 1. So Chodu still maintaining his throwables use, and yeah. Moving on to today's matches list, we are finally having match 1 that was on Wrangle, won by Hellraisers. Match 2, Miramar, 52 Esports is going to be the winner on that. Match 3, Wrangle as well. X Generation, it took the chicken dinner on that one. Match 4, Sandhawk, negatives were the one to win that, although you would expect them to win in Wrangle. Here we are. And match 5 was once again won by Hellraisers, taking 2 chicken dinners in a row today with an amazing victory at the very end. All credit is going to go to Fofo for displaying his amazing performance at the very end and getting the chicken, just taking the chicken dinner for himself out there for his team. And it was really amazing to see, and especially I really loved the ending celebration that they did. All the players, they just you really love to see it, don't you? It was amazing coming in from Hellraisers, but you don't really need to, but you can't really discredit rest of the teams, because 52 Esports, X Generation, Negatives, and even some other teams, they are really definitely putting up a really good performance across all of these maps today. And now as we just played all of these games, we are finally going to be ending this stream, and tomorrow is going to be the second day of the finals, and we're going to be live once again on this channel, and you're going to be seeing me and Azus, and I'm really looking forward to see you all there. So tune in tomorrow again, and see you all very soon.